together for so long. When I'm weak, you make me strong. I know I can depend on you to show the way and see me through. Friends through eternity, loyalty, honesty, we'll stick together through thick or thin. Friends forever, we'll be together. We're on top, 'cause we play to win, win. I know I can depend on you to show the way and see me through. Friends through eternity, loyalty, honesty, we'll stick together through thick or thin. Friends forever, we'll be together. We're on top, 'cause we play to win. Friends through eternity, loyalty, honesty, we'll stay together through thick or You were here before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel, your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, she's running out the door. She's running out. She run, 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 run. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want, you're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
I was sick and tired of everything when I called you last night from Glasgow. All I do is eat and sleep and sing, wishing every show was the last show. So imagine I was glad to hear you're coming. trooper lights are gonna find me, shining like the sun, smiling, having fun, feeling like a number one. Tonight the super trooper beams are gonna blind me, but I won't feel blue like I always do. Somewhere in the crowd there's a you. Facing 20,000 of your friends, how can anyone be so lonely? Part of a success that never ends, still I'm thinking about you only.
There are moments when I think I'm going crazy, but it's gonna be alright. Everything will be so different when I'm on the stage tonight. Tonight the super trooper lights are gonna find me, shining like the sun, smiling, having fun, feeling like a number one. Tonight the super trooper beams are gonna blind me, but I won't feel blue like I always do. 'Cause somewhere in the crowd there's a you, so I'll be there when you arrive. The sight of you will prove to me I'm still alive.
And then you take me in your arms and hold me tight.
I know it's gonna mean so much tonight. Tonight the super trooper lights are gonna find me, shining like the sun, smiling, having fun, feeling like a number one. Tonight the super trooper beams are gonna blind me, but I won't feel blue like I always do. 'Cause somewhere in the crowd there's a you. Super trooper lights are gonna find me. I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away, it's so unreal. Didn't look out below, watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on, didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away, it's so unreal. Didn't look out below, watch the time go low. Watch the time go right out the window, trying to hold go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. In spite of the way they were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property, remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised it got so far. Things aren't the way they were before, you wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of the time when I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end...
Everything XboxEra does is only made possible by the growing army of incredible Patreon supporters. Our MVPs and executive producers are all incredible people, but even more so are our grand benefactors, Croat56, Assassin and Kevin S. All of this under the watchful eye of our lovely and benevolent CEO, Torn Raptor. If you want to become part of one of the best communities on the internet, head to patreon.com/XboxEra, where your patronage can help keep us alive for another month.
This is Console Wars the card game. Featuring more famous video games than you can shake a stick at, Console Wars finally allows you to win a war you've been fighting and probably losing on the internet your entire life. Quit being a keyboard warrior with the warm embrace of anonymity to protect you. Now you and your friends can fight on the front lines, battling for incredible franchises, exclusivity, and eventual victory. Collect some of the most famous video game franchises of all time. Protect them with loyal and frighteningly dedicated fans. Brave the volatile video game industry and claim the ultimate victory in the console wars. Your favorite video game making mega corporation needs you. Enlist today. Head to consolewarsgame.com. Pick up a copy of Console Wars the card game, outshine your rivals, and prove that your platform reigns supreme. Out now.
Hello friends, and welcome to episode 270 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to discuss the latest in gaming from across the industry, but overall we're focused on no one's favourite platform right now in any way, shape or form, Xbox. We're a fiercely independent and community-driven publication. It's all made possible by you guys, particularly our patrons. Big shout-outs to all our MVPs, executive producers, but especially our grand benefactors, Kraut56, Assassin, and Kevin S. Of course, and he's pissed right now, our wonderful CEO, Torn Raptor, he's angry about this. Many thanks to him for keeping us all alive. As always, I'm joined by a furiously indignant Special Nick.
What's going on?
And the lovely Jessie is here as well.
Hello.
No. No.
Keep it light today, Daddy. Keep it light. It makes everyone happy.
No, that doesn't make me happy.
It's gross.
Big shout out. Hello to everybody in the chat that's tuning in right now as we get kicked off on the big discussion. There's a lot to talk about. And honestly, it's probably going to be a slightly different structure to this. And I'm going to wing it as we go. But we're going to try and keep this ship straight and narrow.
We're normally pretty regimented on the discourse, but I think this discussion is so big that we can't just go line by line on it.
There's a lot to talk about. I mean, I'm going to talk about all these things, but let's dive into it. But before we do, as always, to lighten the mood before we take the plunge into the depths of the darkness this week, let's have a little chat about, not business stuff or the horrendous job losses or the economy or, whatever. Let's talk about actual video games we've been playing. Nick, been playing anything this week?
Nothing new. I've been busy this week cleaning my house before I go on holidays.
And just so people understand, cleaning your house for you is a little different than most people would in terms of how they would clean a house. Would you agree? You're probably quite, from my knowledge of you, you're a very detail-orientated man.
Yeah.
You get into the minutiae of things.
I do. I clean skirting boards, I clean architraves.
Yeah.
I dust nooks and crannies. I get in, where I am in here. Like, you see this desk, and took apart all the consoles, and obviously son's room, daughter's room. Although my wife did my daughter's room. I think she's now hitting that age where I can no longer be the one that goes in and cleans her room when it's spring cleaning time. So I did the rest of the house, and because we're going on holidays, so I don't want to come back after almost 2 weeks on holidays and have to worry about cleaning a house and cleaning bathrooms and cars and all that sort of stuff. So I'm doing it all now before I go because I'm not working at the moment. I'm on holidays. And as an old Greek man, a Gen Xer that likes to wear his clothes till they fall apart. I'm a moccasin wearer normally, Gen X, but my moccasins came apart, came apart to the point where I was tripping on things because they were getting caught on things. So my wife and kids forced me to join the Crocs crew.
Don't show them off. Oh, my rating went up.
That is disgusting.
Bro,
don't tell. Don't do it.
But these are Croc moccasins. Look, they got the furry stuff inside. They're croccasins. They're croccasins. So I've got Crocs now.
You wear the same type of Crocs as my 8-year-old daughter. Congratulations. Hers just happened to be pink.
So
Nick would rock pink.
Now I'm on the lookout for gibbets for my Crocs. So I've managed to hunt down some Sega ones. And so I've got some Sonic ones lined up, some Mario ones lined up. I found some Iron Man ones, so I want to grab some of those. And a Collingwood one. They're the ones that I'd like to have on my Crocs.
Yeah. Busy week then.
Yes. Busy week.
Getting
ready for my holidays. Not playing a ton of video games outside of the usuals, a little bit here and there.
Fair enough.
And
Jesse,
trying to get myself a Tony Hawk code.
Yeah, desperately. Jesse, what about you? You've been playing
I
playing
have been
much?
playing a game for review that I can talk about because it has a demo, and I can talk about the sections of the demo. That's most of actually what I played, because it's a pretty long demo. It is called Eriksolm, The Lost Dream. I was in a... I'm kind of bored. Is there anything to review for the love of God phase? And this popped up, and I was like, holy crap, this looks amazing. And I realized, it's using, like, as good as this looks, this is the metahuman stuff from Unreal Engine. Like, these cutscenes just look phenomenal. And it's because of Unreal Engine 5 metahuman, where you see occasionally some weird animation hitches and stuff. But overall, it's like kind of crazy that a game of this size and budget can look this good in a cutscene. But the majority of the game is actually something Nick would be into, which is isometric stealth. The entire game so far has been, so you're that redheaded woman that was in the cutscene. Her brother has stolen something and the cops are after him, and you are running from them because they want to take you in for questioning. That is the base premise I've had so far. It's a strange, like, Scandinavian country. Everyone's got a British accent, of course, because anything that's not American becomes British. No combat, really. All I've had so far is a little dart gun that can put people to sleep, but it takes like 4 seconds. Really solid so far. Looks nice. Camera gets in the way a bit, but the way you get around that is you hold left bumper, and then you can just move the camera wherever you want, like he's doing here in the thing, and then you just tap left bumper again to put the camera on your character, because it is a move with the analog stick game. It's not like a move to a spot with a cursor and tell your character to go there. You're in direct control. But if you are ever spotted, or anyone you knock out is ever spotted, game over. But it checkpoints constantly, so it's not super frustrating. There's lots of timing to work out so far. Very specific ways to get through things. Sometimes there's 2 ways to get through things. Looking through the window like he is here, and you can see into the next room, so you can understand where you're going to have to move and plan things. Super neat, solid start so far on that one. And
Looks really pretty.
Seems cool.
Yeah. It's one of those, when you don't go for hyper-realism with Unreal Engine, the whole game, it can look real cool. I am playing it on PC, so people yell at me, but I didn't want to wait till next week for console code, because I only have the time to do this weekend, because everything else starts hitting next week. Outside of that, it's been the Patreon peeps playing lots of different things, giving quick looks for our patrons. Patreon.com/XboxEra. Every tier gets it. It's I did Soulstone Survivors and Warhammer last week, and this week Turbo Overkill and Linked Banner of the Spark. Turbo Overkill is a good old-fashioned, unbelievably fast boomer shooter. Came out, I believe, I think it was about a year ago on console. It was a couple years ago on PC. Surprisingly deep game. Really goddamn fast. And by default relies pretty heavily on lock-on aim for controller. I actually ended up turning that off, and it was still generous enough with the just be close enough to people aim. Super fast. Looks nice. Decent weapon variety, decent enemy variety, and as you get through the game, there's some decent gameplay variety in all the different stuff you end up doing. Without spoiling it too much. It's insanely fast. You got a chainsaw on your leg, so whenever you see him dashing forward with his leg out, he's actually sliding with his leg, just chopping everything to bits.
Nice.
Decently long. I know this is like full gameplay, 7 minutes, but it's because he's just flying through it pretty, or 7 hours.
Exotic dancer there.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Ana de Armas from Blade Runner. Super pixel gory, over the top, dumb, good fun, lots of Titanfall wall running. Very highly recommend Turbo Overkill. I think its Open Critic is in the high 80s, if memory serves correctly. I never got around to doing a full review. I was going to when it was coming out on PC, but then the console versions got delayed for like a year. Yeah, it's 88 on Open Critic. Highly recommend Turbo Overkill. If you want to see me play a whole lot of it, you can go on the Patreon if you're any tier member. And Linked Banner of the Spark is essentially a very restricted run-based roguelite where it is every run you go in and you're building up different builds, but then there's this whole meta crafting and resource gathering, almost farming thing around it. It sounds complicated. It's pretty neat. I only got like an hour into it, and it seems fairly long. But if you're looking for that roguelite build quickness on like a Hades-like, but then it has this whole big different base building, like run mission-based nature to it, interesting. But those are both up on the Patreon. What about you, John?
I've been playing a game I'm working on for review, and I have to admit I am struggling.
You can't say.
Is it a Smurfs game?
No.
Is it embargoed?
Yeah.
Then you
so
can't
I can't really say
No.
what it is.
You're not enjoying what you're reviewing. Keep an eye out.
I am very much not enjoying what I am.
Can't say.
I'm just waiting for the idiots to keep driving up and down outside my
Well,
street.
while you're waiting, I'll say thank you, Cap Coog, for the Twitch Prime. I am deaf.
Appreciate you. I have also been in a bit of a gaming lull. Aside from that, like I've got nothing that is like grabbing me and saying play me, which is making me sad. So I've been like downloading like odds and sods, just trying to figure out what I want to tackle. And I re-downloaded the Ascent again on PC because this rig makes it look incredible. And holy shit, that game still looks fantastic. I downloaded the enhanced edition of Little Nightmares 2, which is in Game Pass now. I had a quick go with my kids and my missus with Ultimate Chicken Horse. I don't know if you've seen this one. This is, you can pull up some gameplay of it. It's a 4-player couch or online multiplayer game where you have a start and a goal to get to. At the beginning of every round, you have various obstacles or platforms you can place to help you get there before everybody else. But then you can place traps to screw over your opponents, but you might get screwed over yourself. And it is quite funny. It's kind of come out of nowhere for me, but it's a neat
It's been out for like a decade.
Yeah, well, I've never seen it before. So there you
Oh,
go.
really?
But it's very silly. So that's quite fun. And I even downloaded Call of Duty World War II and started playing the campaign for that. But then I read that people that had it were getting hacked. So
The multiplayer side, not the single player.
Cool. I'll probably be all right then.
It's
yeah,
funnily enough, that's the reason I've said they probably haven't turned the 360 games on. You can lose your entire Microsoft account to hacking.
Yep. The only one that seems to maybe have stuck is I played about an hour and a half, 2 hours of Jedi Survivor. Because obviously it's had a ton of patches. It's now in Game Pass on PC with EA Play, and it looks and runs quite nicely now, at least on my rig. And I tried that and bounced off it on Xbox, so I'm retrying it again, and it might stick this time because I quite enjoyed the first one. But that was very similar. Like I went back after like a year, and when I had a lull, and found a little story game that I wanted to jump into, so I did. But that's about it, really. Like it's much like this week. It's
the first slow time we've actually had in a while on like new launches. It ends the second half of the month is crazy, but we've had a couple of weeks here where it's definitely slowed down a bit for us.
Oh, great. I'm just reading Amargonaut's comments. Apparently we were in the news a lot this week because of a comment Phil Spencer made regarding Everwild, and apparently the folks at Second Wind blame us to a certain degree for that comment because we're just corporate shills. All right, let's tack into the news. Yeah, I know. It's just like I love this industry. There's such nice people. Everybody wants to lift each other up. There's lots of respect to go around. It's great.
If you're in the cool kids club.
Yeah, we're not. We're in our own cool kids club along with our.
So because we asked him what upcoming game he's looking forward to, he decided to mention Everwild, and now that's
I haven't
our
watched
fault.
the video. I haven't watched the
Everwild
video.
is cancelled.
I'm just reading in the chat because one of our lovely patrons, YouTube members, pointed out, like, you know, we've taken a lot of shots this week, and I did see people like putting the clip up of and that quote of Phil talking about Everwild. and just because we're associated with them, like we get murdered by association. I was like, did we? And he said, hey, some videos like second wins. It was sad. And I asked, like, us personally, and he just said in the chat, in a nutshell, as if you were complicit ambassadors of Phil's corporate agenda. Yeah. Anyway, all right, let's dig into it. So I'm gonna round up everything because there's a lot to talk about. So I'm just gonna go through the shittiness that this week has been. But then I actually want to have some conversations, and I want to bring the audience in. To Woden's Throne, we've seen your super chat. Don't worry, we will be on it. We will talk about this. It's one of the topics. We will pull them in. We'll try and be a little bit bang on it in terms of pulling in the super chats at the right time. But I do want to hear from everybody watching, like, what do you want? What do you want to hear discussed? What questions do you have? Like, let's try and break some stuff down. But on Wednesday, Microsoft, $1 trillion Microsoft, fired over 9,000 people. A significant portion, not the majority, but a significant portion of those layoffs were within the Xbox division. And we saw several horrible things happen. We saw Perfect Dark cancelled and the initiative as a studio shuttered. We saw Everwild at Rare cancelled, the team let go. As we understand it from VGC's reporting, Greg Males, a stalwart at Rare for over 30 years, is leaving, along with the executive producer for Everwild, Louise O'Connor. We've seen a very promising project from ZeniMax Online Studios called Project Blackbird, which is a sci-fi MMO
Destiny,
FPS
like
looter shooter set on a tidally locked planet where one side is sunny and one side is ice, and the middle is like the habitable zone. Cancelled, with that team being let go, and the head of ZeniMax Online, Matt Fryer, stepping down. We've seen that team apparently was scaling up, and the cancellation for this game blindsided that team. We have seen multiple COD studios hit with layoffs. We've seen over half of Turn 10 studios hit with layoffs. And we've seen other studios that aren't even owned by Microsoft have had their funding pulled. In this scenario, Romero Games, which apparently now faces closure after their Xbox Game Studio publishing title has lost its funding thanks to these
you have
cuts.
to say seemingly, because it hasn't been directly said it was Xbox, but the line is like 99.9% of the way there.
Well, someone from the
Reportedly.
studio tweeted saying our game
It's
with Xbox or something like that. Yeah, like
so.
Yep,
That's a lot. That's a lot of awful, awful shit. And there's loads and loads of talking points to dive into. So I've kind of rounded up some of them, and that's kind of where we're going to go off into the deep end and talk about a few of these things. So the first one is, in any kind of horrible scenario like this, someone must be to blame. Who is to blame for this awfulness?
All of their management.
a specific person,
Leadership,
or a group,
leadership in,
or...
in my mind. But like, let's have that discussion. Lots of people are calling for Phil Spencer to be fired or to step down.
I mean,
where do you guys think the blame lies for these?
Well,
Because I have a pretty solid thought on this. But
wouldn't this be with Satya and Amy?
I feel like Microsoft or Xbox as a division now, because of the acquisition,
ABK,
because of the amount of money, it doesn't really matter what they do or what they say anymore. I saw an interesting article, and I say it's an interesting article from Paul Tassi. Why can we even trust what they say anymore? And I kind of inclined to say,
no.
You can trust that they mean it when they say it.
When they say
probably, but you can't trust that it's going to stay true for another 3 or 4 months or whatever, however long it's going to be.
What's my saying?
Their call.
What's my saying? Execs will say what they need to say
when they
need to say it.
And it never means anything as definitive as you think it does. That is the crux of business speak, is making it sound like you said a lot when you actually did not.
Like,
yes.
Like my first thought here was, because I thought everyone would be like, "Oh my god, Phil," and my first thought was, Phil's not a dummy. He's not going to come on our show in January or February and go, "Oh, I'm really liking how Everwild is looking." We didn't make him mention Everwild. That's why we were so surprised when he mentioned Everwild.
Yeah, he mentioned Double Fine, and we ended up seeing Keeper. Like,
we didn't. So he didn't have to mention Everwild. So the fact that he would then 5 months later they go and cancel Everwild, to me that immediately says this was a money person and Satya decision. And then we have, was it The Verge? Was it Tom Warren reporting that this was for AI? All of this
it was
for
Seattle
AI?
Times and Windows Central.
Like, it's, and just to get it out there immediately, the 9,000 jobs isn't from Xbox.
No.
The 9,000 jobs is from Microsoft in
its
total.
entirety, yes.
With only,
I don't know
I think
how
it's
many
around
is.
900 of them in Washington State. So it's a lot of people that work outside
Around the
of
So-
their home base.
So I'd be surprised if it was Phil's call to cancel a bunch of games and sack a bunch of people for AI. I'd be surprised if that was Phil's call.
I imagine it's not. It is. Hey, you've got to cut this amount
From
off your
Xbox.
budget,
Yes,
pick stuff.
from Xbox.
and then they're forced to make a.
Which was the
Yes.
ZeniMax cuts. You must cut this much from ZeniMax. Choose, find it out. And at that point, then they go to the things that are pretty far out, that have been having a hard time. But also, the executives like Phil and Matt are unbelievably wealthy and rich, and it is their job for us to get mad and yell at them. So I don't blame anyone that does.
Yeah, it is. I mean, trying to have this conversation, and there's a super chat related to this point, and that's what we're going to try and do with the super chats, by the way. So if you have one relating to the point we're discussing, get it in so that we can talk about it. We've got one from Epic Open World.
Everyone wants to blame Phil. This is on the CEO and COO obsession with AI and funding it. Doesn't matter who is in charge of Xbox. Well, that's the thing. It wouldn't have mattered whether it was Sarah in charge, whether it was Matt in charge, whether it was Jay Allard in charge. Satya and Amy was like, make cuts. You need to make this amount of cuts or however many cuts. Pick. Go from somewhere.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we got what we got.
Yeah, I think it's and I don't like to dogpile on any one individual, and I completely understand the broader online gaming sphere targeting Phil. He's the boss of Microsoft Gaming, right? And he comes out, he does the most interviews, he says stuff, and then it gets thrown back in his face. Totally get it. And he gets paid enough, he can probably handle the hate, right? But I feel like the ire is directed at the wrong people. Like I've seen like genuinely like journalistic outlets that claim, literally say, "Hey, it's time to fire this guy," and I'm like, you don't think that the next guy, when told by the two people that control the purse strings, says fire this, that he's going to make the same kinds of calls? You don't think that that's the thing? It makes no sense to me, because we do know that Phil actually likes playing video games and likes getting them made. But like anybody, we've all got a boss, and sometimes they make you do shitty things. I don't know if anybody watching right now, I've been a team leader and had to let someone go. It's not a pleasant conversation. I didn't want to do it. I didn't care whether they were getting paid or not. You know, like it's not on me, but it's on me to do that job. Of course, that's going to be immediately convoluted into us defending Phil, and because you can't have genuine discussion, which is what we're trying to do.
And people should still be mad at the executives.
Yeah,
they are the ones who that is their goddamn function, is to do all this shit. Like that's why they're not your friends.
I mean, there are technically, okay, so how do I word this? There are things you can blame Phil for. Maybe not the sackings directly if the order's coming from above, but then the argument could then shift to, well, then there was decisions made which would ultimately have been made by Phil, which you could say have led down this path. So you could say it was Phil's idea to go after ABK, which was kind of the genesis of all this.
But like, I would argue that if they hadn't have done that, like they have been in a downward trend in terms of console sales, in terms of market position, everything, right? Worldwide.
Yep.
And if they hadn't have done that, the other scenario that probably exists, which I totally expect Satya to do, is to pull the plug entirely. And just, that's the last Xbox. Goodbye, everyone. We're shutting it all down. Sorry. I fully would expect that. So
I would have expected that
position,
eventually, but I still think there's an alternate reality where they made smarter publisher choices, made everything exclusive, and started to turn things around slowly.
But this is the other thing.
Turn things around
this
how?
argument. I've heard this
I
argument
just said
before.
buying different publishers.
That's not working, no.
But let me.
They
let
didn't
me
even
try
do it.
Let me try and break this down. Like, I've heard this argument
didn't
about
do it.
they should have made everything exclusive, and then maybe they could have turned it around in that alternate reality. All right, but maybe we are in that alternate reality. Let's just pretend we're in that one for a minute, and they do that. But we're living in a reality, even if it's the alternate one, where you spend 300 million on a game, and you are the last place market leader, and you choose to make it exclusive, and it only sells 1 million. Fuck. Well, that's not made its money back. Now we're in real trouble. What happens? And that is the reality of where everybody in this industry kind of is in many, many ways. And that's why they do what they do, because you can't do that forever. They're no longer in the position to do it, to make these incredible, pretty things. So it's kind of like they're fucked either way. But like, I feel like Amy Hood, and I hate to name drop, but like Amy Hood, Satya Nadella, like they don't understand. And I said something in a tweet earlier this week where effectively there is a creative element to making video games. There is an artistic, creative.
You're about to say the stuff I've been saying for years.
Yeah. But like they don't understand that. Frankly, they don't care. And Amy in particular looks at this as almost like a B2B transaction. You are a business. You are a business. That's how we're going to make money. And it's like, sometimes you've got to take creative risks. You've got to do this for the brand. You've got to maybe make this game exclusive and reboot it, even though it's not going to sell much, because that little nugget of people that go, "Wah!" will make so much noise. It has ripple effects and affects everything else. But they don't do any of that because it's not authorized for them to do so.
Because they don't understand. They don't understand how the video game industry works. How many years have I been saying it?
I know you've said that Microsoft don't get it, but I think we can probably point to someone more specific now. Do you know what I mean?
No, I've said Satya. How many times have you heard me fight with all of you where I say you all assume that these execs are really smart people? And I'm like, no, don't assume that. You shouldn't assume that. Like, how many times have we bemoaned people that fail upwards? How many times have we bemoaned? Like,
all the time.
That's right. So why do you just assume they're smart people? Yeah, they may be book smart. There's book smart and there's like
world smart.
Street smart. World smart, street smart. Like we've had Satya in interviews going, "Oh yeah, we made mistakes with Windows Phone." And Microsoft is now they now continue to struggle even in that world and can't fulfill their ambitions in that world because they don't have anything in the phone space. Yeah. So that there's already things they can't. So Apple is now on the verge of achieving what Microsoft was trying to achieve 10 years ago when they had a phone. Apple's now on the verge of achieving it. Why? Because they've got the phone. Yeah. We know the stupidity that happened with Skype. That's under Satya too. Another stupidity. I don't know how much more in AI they're struggling, which is why they've done this. I don't know how much more evidence you need before you give up on this idea that they're all geniuses that know exactly what they're doing.
God,
but the company's $1 trillion company. Who gives a fuck?
AI in particular, just to interrupt on that particular topic, AI specifically, like we had that one executive producer at Microsoft on the Xbox team suggest to people on LinkedIn to use AI to help them through with prompts to talk about or something to that effect. He deleted the post because it was fucking stupid. But again, this is another Microsoft. What the fuck are you doing? Nobody in this space. No one. No journalists. No video gamers. Like your average Joe that uses ChatGPT to cheat on a test or write a report for work might think AI is cool, but no one that is hardcore into gaming wants it in this space. So when you start making grand proclamations saying AI this, AI that, AI assistant or the co-pilot for gaming, everybody goes, no thanks, that's awful, I don't want that. And you're not, but that's a corporate mandate, right? That is from on high, put this in. And it is ridiculous. And it's like, I look at the teams underneath these guys that must be accepting these orders, and like, I'm sure they know this. I'm sure they do. The people that actually play
100% they would. 100% they would.
But like, we've all got a boss, right? And it's just like, man.
Mostly stupid bosses.
There's some interesting super chats.
I've got them. I've got stupid bosses, and I question my direct boss going, the fuck? Why is this person doing this fucking stupid thing? Can I sit in the next meeting and tell them all off? No. Why?
I remember once. I remember once I worked for a telecommunications company here in the UK. They will go unnamed. But they made 7 or something insane acquisitions in 2 years. It might have even been more. I can't remember. It was a silly number, right? So I experienced the direct stupidness of having 1,000 different login portals for the same task because they were all owned by different companies, and there was no integration, and it was just it was a shit show. And I was with this company for 10 years, and in those 10 years there was a rebrand 5 times, I think, actually. And I lost it just shortly before I left on the 5th one, and I'm in the room and they're talking through it, and there's any questions, and I was like, is this serious? I knew I was leaving. Like, I'd literally had a job interview during this whole 3-day thing, and I called them out, and they did not have a good answer for me on this. They did not have a good. I was like, you've rebranded all these other times, and they didn't achieve the goals you wanted. Why is this one the one? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's pain.
It's all just chasing. Well. It's all just chasing the newest tech trend. So remember when the only words you ever heard coming out of Microsoft's mouth was cloud. There was a window there where the only word you heard come from Microsoft's mouth was cloud.
Yeah.
Cloud, and then others were cloud. Everyone was cloud. Now it's AI. In another however many years, there'll be another new buzzword that they'll all chase.
There's some super chats. Let's
super chat
some of these.
I know there was a super chat we had at the start, but I feel like I want to hold on to that super chat.
Yes, I know. It's kind of differently topicked. Well, I'll queue it up when we talk about that subject.
So we've got a super chat from Spam.
Yep.
Spam 591. After years of struggles, delays, layoffs, and closures, for internal morale, a change is needed. Even if nothing changes, an optical clean slate helps.
I feel like Microsoft needs to, even if it's Phil, even if it's the leadership team. Do you remember the business update? The 4 games business update? I feel like they need to come out front and center, and because it's different now. I don't know how you feel about this, Jesse, but they've done this. It's very, very clear that, to me at least, and I don't know if you both disagree or agree, feel free to pipe up. Microsoft has this, you must do all these things, and Xbox is being dragged along for the ride. To me, that's how it feels.
He literally wrote that in his statement. Is like, we're following Microsoft's lead.
And the upper senior leadership, so Satya, Amy Hood, are not understanding or choosing not to care and acknowledge the damage that it does to, frankly, Microsoft's only relatively cool consumer-facing brand. Like, there's zero acknowledgement of the value of the brand. There's zero acknowledgement of the value of IPs. It's like,
no, it's not
value,
just that.
There's the value of trust between your community and your platform, and there's no
it's not just that. It's also not looking long term. So there's no, right now, there's no kids growing up on Xbox that will then evangelize Microsoft products later down the line, like all these kids that evangelize Sony products now and all that. There's not going to be anything like that.
Yeah.
and that this is what they don't understand. And then later they're going to wonder why all these kids are growing up buying Macs. Later down the line, they're going to wonder why. Like, there's just no... I mean, I've said it all before, haven't I? I've said it all so many times before.
Woggerman with a super chat has very similar thoughts here. Like,
yes, they painted themselves into a corner. Someone needs to come out and speak to the situation. Xbox is Microsoft's most popular consumer-facing brand. Who could speak to this to alleviate the consumer distrust?
No one.
and this is where they
No
made
one
a
could
problem.
do anything
Phil
public.
can't now.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
what they need to do are like actual internal meetings and going over things. But even then, what's the answer going to be? We don't want this. We're forced to do it, and it changes every 3 to 6 months based on top tier whims. Like you said, that's all the stuff you say behind the scenes. You can't come out and say publicly. You can't say, well, they just keep kind of shifting everything on us every few months because of AI. And now they're really falling behind, losing OpenAI to Amazon Web Services. They've got to now invest $80 billion, which is even more than we did, into something that Satya has literally says doesn't make money yet. Like I do think a big conflation on these firings is people think, well, then things are going poorly. Like you've seen everyone try and shift the conversation to Game Pass bad, which was the first super chat we get into later.
Yeah.
But the only thing we've ever heard is they looked at really long-term projects that were going to cost a lot of money and be risks. And those are the ones they ended up cutting after being told they had to cut stuff to try and help for AI.
Yeah.
There's
Like,
been
and
nothing else.
if you take that lens, right? So let's like step back, big picture of the stuff that they did cancel/close, right? And like Jesse and I discussed this briefly in headlines when we did our special report on all of this stuff on the Wednesday. But we have Everwild announced 2019 at XO. I was there in person, standing next to Graham Chapman from Rare, funnily enough, when that went out. And I was like, whoa, a new game from Rare. So that new game from Rare has got to have been in some form of pre-production for a year before that trailer maybe dropped. So 2019, we're now in 2025. It got internally rebooted per reports from Andy Robinson at VGC at least once in 2022 with Greg Mail stepping into the project. Here we are all the way along. They're still not close to having it done. That's the reality. The reality is, how far out is this? It's not 6 months out. It's not 9 months out. It's still 2 years out. Same scenario can be put for the initiative with Perfect Dark. That's a much smaller development team. The initiative was only like 10. On LinkedIn, it's 10 to 50 people. I think it was around 40.
Yeah, initiative is small, but then they had Crystal Dynamics on board.
Yeah, so now Crystal Dynamics have obviously lost the funding that they were working on with whatever game. They're also working on Tomb Raider. So that's going to have a knock-on effect on them as a studio. But again, announced in Game Awards 2019, I think, Perfect Dark, right? Hey, we're making this franchise again. The initiative was formed in 2018. So, that's a year.
Was Perfect Dark 2019 or 2020?
I'm pretty sure it's 2019.
The Game Awards trailer.
Because the Xbox Series X came out in 2020, and they announced
that's right.
The Perfect Dark and the next gen Xbox on the same game.
2020,
I think. Is 2020?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thought so. You're thinking of Hellblade.
Oh yeah, you're right. I probably am. But either way, we're still looking 6, 7, coming on 8 years. And it seems now that vertical slice, which was gameplay, was a real playable vertical slice. They didn't have much beyond that. So when you step back and you go, okay, now back in the day, rewind 15, 20 years, maybe 10 years rewind. Like I think of projects like The Last Guardian from Sony. Now, obviously the scale of the game is different. It's on different technology. It's not as high def and all that stuff, but they saw it through. That was a good 10 years of vaporware, right? For The Last Guardian. And maybe 10 years ago, Microsoft would have kept going, but not this time. Analysis, 7 years. We're still 3 years out from viable product. How much have we spent? How much do we stand to make?
And yeah, how can a AAA single player anything do when it comes to like Perfect Dark? Like it's really, really hard to get any AAA production to like make sense financially in this current climate and people are always pointing for Game Pass, and it's like maybe a little bit, but most of it is free to play black hole games. Those are the main reason Free-to-play backhaul games and just how cheap most AAA games have to go to keep selling. Like, they can't stay at full price very long if they're not Nintendo.
Yeah. So, like, I think, like, if we were to underline it, can we trust Xbox right now in terms of what they say? The honest answer, I think, from all of us, correct me if I'm wrong, is no.
Forget about consumers trusting Xbox. What about partner development studios?
Yeah, that's a fair
Like
point.
Salva mentioned in the chat. What about other companies trusting Xbox? Like if you're now we already saw the Brass Lion break off and do the Wu-Tang game on their own. Like if you're a partner studio now, why would you want to work with?
There's an even broader way to look at that, and that is in talent bleed, right? Because like big picture it again, you're a developer, and sure, working for Microsoft, they're a great company to work for when you're working for them, right? But if your passion is making games, do you want to work for the company that seems to maybe not get it all that much? Or do you
they're
want
not a creative company.
And that I feel like is a big deal. And equally, when they make these acquisitions, and we've seen it already, you know, like they bought Rare, the Stamper brothers departed swiftly afterwards, never to return. You know, and that was that they were the founders of Rare. They bought Ninja Theory, the guy that led Ninja Theory disappeared. They bought Bethesda, right? And everyone but Todd Howard of note, like Pete Hines and some of the other leads.
Jamie Leader left in April.
Yeah. Right.
Even a couple of the Playground founders left.
Yep, and they've gone off
after they were officially acquired.
That's capitalism, right? I build the thing, I sell the thing, I get the money, I sign contract to stay. I stay for 2 years to, integrate and transition and all the buzzwords, and then I fuck off and I start it and I do it again.
You do know what the realistic thing is? They are just the same as everyone else now. There's no one in investment that you would trust in gaming right now. There's no publishers that you would look at and go, yeah, they won't cancel something. Pretty much everybody is in the exact same boat. And I do think that has gotten lost where people are super angry about this one because it is tied to so many other people also losing their jobs at Microsoft and another studio closure and potential other studios being closed, relative to what happened. This isn't new. This isn't a new thing that's just theirs.
No one's saying it's new.
But people are treating it that way. People are treating it like they are the worst about this, and you can't trust them, and like they're. But you don't get this around so many others.
The reason you don't, and that's a good point, and the reason you don't see the amount of uproar is because of, and this is just plain fact, sheer scale.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft is
because it's
the biggest publisher in the world. They employ a shit ton of people. They have they had 25 plus studios, 30 even, right? And they own a treasure trove of really awesome IP. Yeah. And when a Microsoft makes layoffs, it's not the same as when a Nintendo makes layoffs or when a Sony makes layoffs. Because
Nintendo
to give you context, Nintendo sort of doesn't, but like to give you context of scale, the 9,000 people that Microsoft laid off is like
4% of their workforce.
Is the 9,000 people that work for Nintendo total. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the scale difference we're operating in here.
But the funny thing is when you talk about scale is EA's 15,000 people and they've gotten rid of thousands lately as well. Like it's not, again, it's bad. It's all bad. It's always bad. Like Sony's we all know we talk about all the studios they've closed, all the people they've fired over the last 3 years. Like it's like 11 studios over the last 15 years they've shut down or something like that. Like it's a lot. Microsoft has shut down 7. Like it's not good. It's bad. It's all bad. It's just not actually new, and it's all the same. These are all symptoms from the same issues that AAA games are having.
Which is that. Yeah, the whole market has changed for gaming.
Yeah, and Ubisoft with its 20-something thousand people, like it's crazy.
And the thing that stuns me about the market changing is the refusal from a lot of
like the attitude of a lot of mainstream folks that cover video games to just not really acknowledge that fact in a genuine way. You know,
I
what
feel like
mean?
Matt Piscatella is trying to hammer them over the head with the fact that free-to-play black hole games have utterly decimated, not 10%, they've utterly destroyed way more than 10% of the single-player AAA market. And it's incredibly difficult to figure out what to make and how to make it. And just pointing at Game Pass and being Game Pass bad because you have always wanted it to be that doesn't make it a fact. It's still the main thing that's hurting
Yes, I saw
single-player games is free-to-play and mobile.
I saw the Arcane. I think was it the Arcane?
Yeah,
founder,
he was
or the-
Arcane
one of the
founder
Arcane
Ralph
founders?
Calantonio, who's at Wolfeye,
Yes.
made Weird West, which was in Game Pass, and he was not happy
Yes.
because they're, if memory serves, and I could be wrong, I apologize, they were expecting a few 100,000 Game Pass users, and then it went into the millions, and so I think he felt, it seemed like people felt like the deal wasn't good enough, but then when they did a new deal for the definitive edition, so maybe that was better, I don't know.
Well, there's a super. Now I can finally get to that super chat I've been wanting to get to from Woden's Throne. Did you see the article where Arcane founder and Larian Studios director just buried Xbox Game Pass? Yes, I had a look at that.
I mean, he
And
tried to
looked
bury
at
it.
the tweet, and I looked at the tweet where he's like, "Oh, why is no one addressing the elephant in the room? Game Pass." And yeah, it's
The elephant in the room is
I'm-
the unsustainability of AAA gaming in general.
yeah, it's those usual arguments that you see about Game Pass, and again, there's another discussion there around that. Like, it all depends which lens you want to use. There's been indie devs that have like praised Game Pass. We know, we've spoken to some of them behind closed doors. So, and then we had Ed Freeze on this show questioning Game Pass, and we've had Seamus questioning Game Pass. So the angle you take is going to depend on the lens you choose to view it through.
Yeah, it's go on.
Ironically, I'm the one that's always said I actually think Game Pass would work better for Sony than Microsoft.
yeah.
Oh, how many times have I said
Yeah.
it? Because PlayStation has the install base to support it.
Yeah.
So, if PlayStation had a Game Pass equivalent where it was day one games and this, that, the other, they've got 75, nearly 80 million people to tap into for Game Pass subs.
Yeah. But yeah, they won't.
Microsoft has barely 30.
Yeah.
But that
And a
also
console
ups
that
the
doesn't
cost
grow.
of getting games into it. So it's always that
Third-party
problem.
games, yes,
Yeah.
I've said that. It does. It increased the costs of getting third-party games in there, and Sony doesn't have the first-party output to support Game Pass. So there's good and bad both ways. If you could somehow combine them both, you'd have an amazing company that can have a really successful Game Pass. So,
I think as well, I look at it, and this is back of the napkin math, so it's probably not right. But like the way I've always looked at Game Pass's sustainability or its success, right, is you've got let's say you're a PlayStation, you've got 80 million players, right, and you release a badass first party awesome Last of Us or whatever, God of War, and it sells 10 million. Awesome. You've sold 10 million copies of that game. That's really cool. 10 million of your 80 million customers. And then suddenly when you do that math, it's like, why is that attach rate so low? Because 80 million customers might be great, but you've probably only got like 10 million really hardcore customers or 5 million really hardcore customers.
but it's always been that way.
It's always been that way, right? So the Microsoft math, or I assume the back of the napkin math is, well, if the average gamer buys maybe 2 games a year, if we can convince them that those 2 games are going to be Xbox Game Pass games, and that they can spend the money that they would spend on just 2 games, but we can say you'll get those 2 and we'll give you all of these, then that recurring revenue pays for itself. And people, like, from a business perspective, recurring revenue is better than guesstimate revenue or setting
Yeah,
expectations
that's right.
and not meeting them. Like knowing that you're going to get this hit every single time is extremely great for business planning and all of that jazz. And I understand it, but I also think that when you see, and it always makes me laugh, you see, like, I saw an article, it's time to cancel Game Pass. And I'm like, for an industry that, and the video game industry and video game journalism is interesting because we love video games. So we always want to see stuff succeed and do well, right? And yet, and we're always on the side of the developers and blah, 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 blah. And yet, we also will say, cancel that thing or ban that. And then those developers will lose their jobs because the company would lose their money and then they would make more cuts. Like, do you see the cyclical argument? I understand voting with your wallet, but like that does not make any sense to me. Like, I just do not understand that way of thinking. Like, let's do these things and stop that. Like, I get vote with your wallet, and maybe you want to make an indignant statement. I'm going to cancel my Game Pass to show you, Microsoft. Like, they're not going to give a fuck, man. Like, if 35 million people did, yeah, maybe they would, but that's not going to happen because we're all human beings and we value.
My issue is that so Game Pass has now become the lightning rod for any kind of negative discussion around free games being given away on a subscription, which has actually been happening for, what, a decade or more?
Longer, yeah.
So it was actually PlayStation that started this trend when they started because no one was subscribing to PlayStation Plus. And they're like, fuck, how do we get people to subscribe to this? No one wants to subscribe. Everyone's just subscribing to Xbox Live. What do we do? Let's give them free games. So they started giving free games on PlayStation Plus and people started subscribing. Lo and behold, even Microsoft started doing it.
Yeah.
So there must have been a massive uptick. So Microsoft's like, okay, well, we can give away free games too.
Yeah.
That's where it all started. And then we started with Game Pass. Then all of a sudden, Epic's like, how do we get people to use our store?
Free games.
Let's give them free games. So I understand why you're all pissed off with Game Pass, but giving away free games to entice people into an ecosystem is something that at the moment almost everyone is doing.
Yeah.
Even Nintendo is tying games to their subscription. Retro games, but games nonetheless. They're tying games to their subscription. So just, clip me and make it look like I'm defending Game Pass, whatever. They all give away games on their subscriptions. Twitch does it. So Amazon's doing it too. They all give you free... So that's why when I see some of these developers do this, I'm like, why? Why are you doing this? Why are you coming out saying these things when all of you are getting big... No, I mean, the size of the bag will vary. All of you are getting bags of money to have your games given away for free because your games probably aren't even selling. None of you are selling your games outside of Nintendo. So if things like Game Pass stop and then games aren't being given away on PlayStation Plus and then games aren't being given away on Epic, I don't know if the result of that would be great.
That's been one of the main things that I keep seeing, especially in really dumb threads on terrible forums, is people just assume, well, the game hasn't sold as much as it would have if it wasn't in the service, so it's bad. And it's like, well, yeah, but they might have also just gotten a shit ton of money to make up for that. That's the entire way they get third-party games on there. They're not in there for free. They're not in there. Someone's like, oh, just that exposure didn't work. And it's like, they're not in there for exposure. They're in there they get paid. They get paid money in various ways. They get either just a huge back up front. They might get more per download. Like, it varies on everything. And we've heard from people like the Game Pass deals are really good. They have to be because, they're eating up a lot of sales. But I think when they said you don't lose sales, you don't lose sales money because the sales money includes the gigantic bag of cash that Microsoft gave you to get their game into the subscription service. Like, it's not free. Yeah. But I've seen people in the industry, for some reason, there's plenty of real things to be mad at. But for some reason, I've seen no games come up a billion times. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I've seen no one ever talks about Game Pass anymore. I'm like, man, I could go a couple of weeks, maybe a month back with everyone glazing how amazing Game Pass has been this year, including you. Like, what are you talking about? You don't have to make shit up. There's so much actual things to be angry about.
I'm increasingly bored and lacking tolerance of listening to people talk about this platform that never play on it. I'm just done with doing. I kind of just immediately disregard a lot of the opinions because
Are you sure about that, Sir Gore? Sir Gore in the chat, I think Jez said they don't get money up front. They have to put the game on Game Pass first.
Nah. Not according to the conversations we've had with various
based
developers.
on the conversations I've had with actual indie devs that got Game Pass deals. I'm not going to name them, but
yeah, that's
I've
not
had one indie dev tell me the dollar amount they got, and I was like, "Holy fuck!" I've had another indie dev say it's paid for this game and our next game. So every deal is going to be the same, and every deal is going to have a different impact on devs. But I've never heard, oh no, we had to have the game on Game Pass first, see how it performs, and then we get our money. That I've never heard. They've only ever told me upfront money. I've only ever heard upfront money.
I would not sign that deal.
No, I wouldn't sign that deal either. What indie dev would sign that deal? I'd be very surprised if any of them were on a deal like that.
On the publishing side of the video game industry, and again, I said this a little bit on headlines, but you've got the phrase last year was survive till 2025. Well, I don't know what the rhyming slang is now for 2026, but it's still super rough out there. Like, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and it is not easy out there to get funding from anybody, like at all. And games that seem reasonable have publishers balking at the cost, and the cost is like negligible in the grand scheme of things. And you think, what are you funding? And it always blows my mind a little bit because I see like some games getting made, and I'm like, who is this for, and what is it selling? Like, I get lots of people have different tastes, but sometimes I think, how did this get through the gauntlet of whatever publisher it was at? I don't know. Now, we've talked about the leadership. We've talked about the loss of consumer trust. We've talked about Game Pass getting its ass kicked again. I want to ask a little bit.
Can I please have a moment to mourn Perfect Dark at least?
Of course you can, bro.
Of
course you can.
I was so...
mate, I'm right there with you. This was one of my favorite games.
This was the one game. This was of all their slate, and they've got a massive slate, so don't make the cancellation of a few games make it look like they suddenly have no games coming out. Let's not get carried away. But of their whole slate, this was the one game that I was like, I'm looking forward to this more than anything Nintendo is making, more than anything PlayStation. This was the one game that I was so fucking excited for. And when I saw that what we now know is a vertical slice, when I saw that vertical slice and it aligned with everything my guy had told me about what he had seen, so clearly he had only seen the vertical slices as well.
Yeah.
What are you putting your hand up for?
I'm tickling the cat. There's a cat.
Oh, okay.
Head. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, right.
I've had a cat cam going the whole time to make this a little less sad.
Miserable.
Oh, right. This was... it looked so incredible, and I was so excited for this game, and... Oh, God,
well,
I was just gutted. I was so gutted.
When you hear about this... the cancellation of this, and you look at it, and you hear like some of the scuttlebutt that has been heard from various places on none of it was real versus this was a real vertical slice, but the reality was that there
wasn't much else around it.
The foundation did not exist to then go and build a game. It makes it all the more painful. And it may well
you know why it makes it more painful, because deep down the logical part of your brain knows, well, that's why it had to get cancelled. That like if something was going to get picked, if you had to go through and pick something to get rid of, there's a part of you that understands why Perfect Dark was one of those, and that's what also makes it hard.
It wouldn't surprise me, right? If we look at the way these things have gone, right? It wouldn't surprise me at all to think like, if you look at last year's showcase, there was a huge amount of momentum behind Xbox after that showcase. That was widely regarded as an A fucking plus showcase, right? Compared to this year's kind of B minus. We don't know, right? And this is the thing, like, games are built to, much like any expansive, difficult project. And I used to work in contingent labor. So all those people that get hired for 18-month contracts, the company I used to work for used to provide the software to do that. But like, this could have been right, give us your vertical slice. We're going to get you some momentum. We're going to get the team hyped up. We're gonna put it out there, and we'll buy you some time, and your next milestone is here. Knowing that here is now, right? And if you haven't hit it, just be aware. So it wouldn't surprise me, and this is pure conjecture on my part, that rewind a year, that those conversations are already in place. Because as a business, put the business hat on, you've been paying 50 people high value California, money to build this fucking thing, and you've got a whole partner team, and the teams aren't working, and you've still got nothing playable from A to B or A to Z. Like, what the fuck's going on? Right, you've got this chance now, and then boom, they've not met that chance.
And Jez is looking in. It's funny. So look at the games that allegedly haven't been cancelled, or we don't know are cancelled yet. So far we've had 2 big single-player games cancelled. One, I assume, Games as a Service game? Was ZeniMax Online working on a Games as a Service game?
Yes, it would have been an MMO. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit surprising. Because you'd think that a game that has the chance to be this recurring revenue generator might be held on to.
But again, 7 or 8 years of development time, and only at this point were they ready to enter proper production.
With a goal of being ready in 3 years, which a lot of times you don't assume they're actually going to be ready in 3. They might have been.
And then you've got to think, in this economy, in this market, how many times, Nick, have you seen look at us, we're the next live service game, fall flat on its arse? If you've already spent 7 years of development money on it, and then you're looking to have to fund another 4, can you do it? Is it going to work? Is it going to fail? We don't know. This is the thing. We get all these little disparate bits of information, and then we react to it. Like, I've read what the Project Blackbird sounded like, and it sounded fucking awesome. It sounded like, even from a sci-fi world perspective, I was like, okay, this sounds pretty cool. I want to play this. I would at least give it a go. But now we'll never know. Same with Perfect Dark. Oh man, it hurts my feelings. Perfect Dark.
You really sound like Garth
I'm
Marenghi.
gutted.
We'll never know.
I'm gutted. Absolutely gutted about Perfect Dark. Everwild, we don't even know what it was. Yes, it looked stunning visually, but we don't even know what the hell the game was. There's stuff I had heard, but that kept changing. I'm very curious about Contraband. I am so curious about Contraband now.
There was a lot of rumors bubbling around on Thursday and Friday about Contraband, but to my knowledge, it's still going.
That's surprising, because that's been in development forever and a day.
Yeah.
So unless they have some whiz-bang genius monetization model that we all haven't seen before, I am very shocked that is still
curious they have like other funding, because they don't have to pay them day to day, and I do think that helps with third
it's
party.
It's usually based in milestones. So we do this. By this time, you give us this much cash. Then we hit the next milestone. You give us the next cash injection, and that's usually how a project is laid out.
It's like if they've been missing them a lot because the game's still not out after 5 years. Like, are they just not canceling it because they haven't had to give them any money? I don't know. It's a
very weird one. And apparently, Xbox made the trailer private.
They did. Yeah, that's what spurred a lot of the rumors.
Yeah.
and Jesse said it at the time, I think, but is it perhaps more likely that they've lost the licensing rights for the Steely Dan track and ergo have to take it down?
Yeah, because I don't know if it went down a month ago or if it went down this week. I don't know. People like where it was up in April is what I saw someone say.
And Jez Gurdon has reported that OD is allegedly safe, which again, so I have to wonder, was OD about to be cut? And then they saw all the hype around Death Stranding 2 and said, well, fuck, what a shit marketing move that would be to have his other game cancelled while Sony's achieving success with
And
Death
Jay
Stranding
Foley,
2.
whenever Mag has said something, you can assume Nick has also heard it because they seem to have the exact same source but refuse to believe
It's
it.
not the same person, man. It's
Yet
not
they
the same person.
you two always hear the exact same thing.
It's not the same person.
Because you've told
It's
me
not.
about that licensed Disney game. Because you heard the same thing that Mag is now talking about with Machine Games.
Why? What did Mag say? What did
Machine
Mag
Games
say?
had a licensed Disney IP game that was canceled.
Reportedly,
Yes.
allegedly.
Yeah, I heard that game was cancelled a while
Like
back.
I said, everything you hear, he hears. Everything he hears, you hear. So
Yeah, but he's reporting on it now. I'd heard about it. Maybe he heard about it a while back too. I don't know. I had heard about that game also and was not allowed to say anything at the time. I hope I get the all clear to talk about it one day because I had people asking me what are Machine Games working on, and I knew, but I couldn't remember. Actually, I think did I tease it on here? I think I may have teased it on our show a while back that if what I've heard is true about what Machine Games might be doing, I was like, oh boy. I had told you two, so you two know.
Yeah.
But yes, I got told that might be cancelled a while back.
There's a couple of super chats to dive into.
Is there?
Yeah, from Imargonaut and
Yes.
Cody Bishop.
Imargonaut, 24 years with Xbox. It stings to see Xbox players mocked. Sheer meanness. We're not execs, just the heartbeat of this platform. No shame in holding on. Yeah, I mean, there was. We'll talk about it later, but there was a recent development which has flipped that script a little bit, and now it's the PlayStation players copying a little bit of shit. But we'll talk about that later. But yes, I understand the holding on thing. Like, I have made my feelings clear many times on this show about where I think Xbox is going. I don't particularly like where it's going. But unfortunately for me, my backwards compatible library of hundreds of games has me somewhat tied in for a while.
I think that feels like an assumption that they make as well, which pisses me off a little. They won't.
Yes.
They're locked in. We can fuck around a bit. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. And that's why you've seen me say on this show that should Microsoft crack this code of getting your backwards compatible library working across PCs like this ROG Ally and other handhelds, blah 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 blah. That's why I've said that would be the thing that causes me to probably stop buying PlayStations going forward, because I don't have that many first-party exclusive PlayStation digital games. I could probably just replace them on Steam or Epic. And then I don't suffer the FOMO to then, oh no, I've got to have a PlayStation 6 because I want The Last of Us Part 3 day one. Yeah. I don't. I'll wait a year for it to come to Steam and then play it on whatever handheld PC I'm potentially on. So I'm in a different boat to others. So I think I could count how many PlayStation first-party games I own digitally on like two hands.
Wow.
Where on Xbox, I've got like fucking... I've got so many of them that I don't want to abandon. I've probably got more on Nintendo than I do PlayStation. I've got so many that I just can't let go of.
Yeah.
So I'm not locked in on PlayStation the way I am on Xbox, and to a lesser extent, Nintendo. So that's why I've said, for me personally, those handheld devices are very appealing, should they get my backwards compatible library on there. But that's the issue now, isn't it? Like who knows?
Is this going to work? Are they going to follow it through? Do we trust that they can succeed in the vision, in the mission? There's a lot of doubt and a lot of sadness now.
Because, like I've said about Satya before, he'll cut something. He doesn't care.
The thing is,
He'll just cut something.
Under Satya, shareholders are making a lot of money. But whoever takes the reins, like Satya, I think is the same age as Phil Spencer. He's 57 years of age. And, we saw Phil in LA, and man was looking good. Man had trimmed up, I know people, like, when they saw him last on whatever video stream, like, oh, Phil looks unwell because he was really thin. But no, he just looks good. But whoever takes the reins from Satya as CEO, and hey, wouldn't it be great if Phil took that job and then he could reverse all of this shit? No, I'm joking. But like, whoever takes the reins, Satya might have increased shareholder value for all of their shareholders and all of that shit, and made the
But it's
company...
all for the now. It's all such short-term shit.
Windows is awful now. It's full of bloatware. It's full of advertisements. They haven't innovated, and it's a bit naff. We had that story.
I wouldn't know.
Pure conjecture, but like, I don't know, 2 years ago they said 1.4 million or billion probably devices use Windows, and then the next, like last week, they did a comment or a press release and they said over 1 million. So what, you've lost 400,000 customers? That's a big deal, or 400 million customers, I should say. And I feel like no one is really thinking about doing the cool shit anymore to make cool stuff. That's what bugs me now. Microsoft used to be a software company, but they've stopped making software, really. They're focusing on the wrong things, and it's going to...
I told you, they're chasing the trends. How did NVIDIA suddenly become one of the top dogs?
One of the most... Yeah,
they chased AI.
Well, and that's NVIDIA's AI business is so
mining.
big that fans are worried they're going to stop bothering with consumer GPUs, because it is just such a teeny tiny little part of their business now that it's barely worth doing.
Yeah.
They might. There is a chance they might. And this is what I'm saying. It's all short-term plays. It's all short-term gain for long-term pain. Especially, like, Satya isn't looking 10, 15 years down the road with Xbox. He's looking at now. You spent $70 billion. When's that money start coming back?
Well, and they're looking to spend $80 billion. So, like, they're looking to invest $80 billion into AI data centers. Like, they're they're also worried about the economy, like everyone is, and worried about a recession. Like, it's a mix. It's not only short-term thinking. It is just primarily short-term thinking. Because they have the long-term vision with Xbox and getting the store everywhere and waiting out all the regulators, opening up ecosystems. Like, that's the long-term vision. Those are the things where, like, I can understand it, I get it, but I have absolutely no idea if they could ever pull it off. They don't know. They might know. They obviously know way more than we ever would about how everything is actually going now and has been going. We only get little trickles here and there. But, like, as far as it all actually ends up going, yeah, no one has any idea.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I read a lot of these stories. There's so much that's, like, outside of the depressingness of this week, and the sheer scale of it, of so many people losing their jobs. I look at the way the industry talks about it, and it refuses to acknowledge the scale of Microsoft as a business when it talks about it. They're just talking about it in the Xbox silo, as if it's Xbox doing it. And it's like, this is Microsoft, right? They're massive. But then we're also dealing with the same folks that, like, get so twisted when developers lose their jobs, yet they are more than happy. Most of these outlets, most of these pundits are more than happy to fucking twist that knife when a game is released and it's fucked up or buggy or broken or busted. And then the developer's closed later on. How could you? You know, the reality is a lot of the pundits right now are loving that this is happening because it's bringing them loads of fucking ad revenue and shit on their website.
Oh, 100%.
Like fucking snarky stories and shit.
Before we miss it, there's a super chat from Cody Bishop.
Yep.
That I want to read before it gets too far down the track.
Speaking of snarky stories, like they leaped on this, all of them.
Yeah. Did you read that an MS exec told staff to use AI as a therapist to help the grieving process for the job layoffs? Feels like an AI cult at MS, but that's what it is. They jump on the trends, man. That's exactly what it is.
And the actual people that talk to AI and use it as therapists and use it as sounding boards, we know one. He's in our Discord, and he talks about how he loves doing back and forths with ChatGPT, and he doesn't think that calling it AI is wrong. He thinks it's actually intelligent. Like, there are just people like that. There are people who believe that.
To communicate and sit down and spitball stuff with ChatGPT. I know several. But that is the other thing.
We have a Microsoft staff person in my Discord that's telling us what's going on behind the scenes with this AI shit. Like, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to reveal that, but anyway. Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, they're really trying to get people to use Copilot, and Copilot's not great compared to the alternatives, and they are also panicking because they put everything they have into all of this shit, and it's just not working.
Like they always do, just like they did with cloud. And isn't Amazon kicking their ass there?
I don't know. Azure makes a lot of money. I think it's their biggest thing.
I'm not saying Azure is failing. I'm saying isn't Amazon like
AWS?
AWS was bigger, and they've been trying to catch up, but they never they never have.
But equally, Microsoft really need to, like, Satya Nadella and Amy Hood and whoever else fucking is in charge of how things are spent and what the business is focusing. Like, Satya, buddy, no one wants Copilot. No one wants Copilot PCs. No one gives a fuck. No one wants it. I'm sorry, ChatGPT has beaten you to it, and even I don't use fucking Copilot. I've got Windows and Edge and all of that shit. Ignore it. I wish I could turn the fucking button off. It bugs me to fuck when I try and write an email on my phone and it says, "Oh, do you want Copilot?" No, I don't want fucking Copilot to write it. I am capable of using my own brain. Like, I do not want it. And that is
to be fair, Apple does the same with Siri. Like, a lot of the times,
Apple intelligence is somehow even worse.
Yeah, Siri's become dumber somehow. Like, anytime I go to type something, sometimes there'll be a little speech bubble that says, Siri can help you do this. I'm like, nah, man, fuck her. Like, don't, just let me do it. Don't worry about it. And Apple's, but again, that's that thing, isn't it? Same way in the video game space, Microsoft's always the bad guy. The rest of them are good guys, and when they do it, it's not as bad. Microsoft's copying it in the PC space. When Apple does something, it's, you hardly see anyone talk about what a disaster the Apple Intelligence launch was. You hardly see anyone talk about it, and that was a disaster. They were doing nothing but marketing Apple Intelligence in the lead up to the iPhone 16, and then they're like, "Oh, by the way, Apple Intelligence is delayed by like a year." It's like, man, that's what you launched the whole fucking phone on. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you literally launched this phone off Apple Intelligence, and you're saying it's now delayed by a year, but you don't see many people talk about it. But man, if Microsoft does it though,
I still don't blame people.
Who they are.
I don't blame people because Microsoft as a company is so shitty overall. Like, I don't blame them. I get why, and Xbox cops all of that because they are Microsoft.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, of course they're a shitty
But people
company.
try and pretend like it's not that way. It's like, I understand why it is that way. I'm not saying it shouldn't even be that way because Microsoft is super terrible. It's not like Apple's any good. It's not like Google's any good. But Microsoft's a very easy punching bag, and I get it. Just don't pretend like they're not.
It's because they're an evil corporation. It's easy peasy, isn't it? All right, so I want to ask you guys and the chat. So keep the super chats coming in. We will read them. We've established what's been cancelled. We've kind of talked through our thoughts on the whys, and we can understand to a certain degree with our business hats on. These projects been in dev for 7-8+ years. Yeah, I kind of get it, right? If they're still 3-4 years out, maybe that's fair in the grand scheme of things.
We didn't talk about Turn 10.
Yeah, Turn 10. I mean, that's a great. Let's do that topic then. Turn 10 lost over 50% of its staff. Lots of people saying it's pretty much relegated because Turn 10 was the originator of Forza Tech. So it probably stands to reason that they've kept the people that build the engine on, and they've got rid of the studio side. That's pure conjecture. It's
insane how that's flipped. It is insane how the Forza situation has flipped. So again, friend of mine that I don't think they're at Microsoft anymore, and they were in our Discord. In fact, they were on our show once. I'm not going to say who. They're actually on this show. Always said that Alan Hartman at Turn 10 was like, he was the man. If you wanted a project done and done quick and done well, quickly, Alan Hartman. And then we saw Alan Hartman get a promotion.
Yep.
In the last couple of years. So I'm like, yeah.
Hasn't he
there
left
you go.
now?
I think he has now.
Well, no, he
was
became
head of Xbox Game Studios.
the head of
and then
Xbox
Craig
Game
Duncan-
Studios, and then he retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Craig Duncan
Not-
stepped into the role.
Yeah. You know, motorsport always comes out and it's always pretty good, blah, blah, blah. Alan Hartman's the man that gets it done, this, that, the other. And then you see Horizon just continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and end up becoming the main franchise between the two Forzas. And now you have this situation. It's just, if you had told someone 10, 15 years ago that this is where it would be, no one would have believed you.
Yeah.
And again, because we had heard about the job losses last week, so we were touching on it last week. It's just the Forza Motorsport situation is the one out of all of this. The Forza Motorsport situation is the one where I can kind of understand it. I kind of get it. Like, this latest Forza Motorsport took forever.
Yep. Launched in a rough shape.
Yep. From a game that used to come out every couple of years, or however many years, to suddenly taking forever and then coming out not in the best shape despite taking forever. And you've got Horizon, which is just the biggest driving game on the planet, I believe. So this makes sense. Like, I'm surprised they didn't merge Turn 10 and Playground earlier. Like, I found that weird.
I felt like they wanted to get Forza Motorsport into a spot where people are happy with it, and after 21 updates, people are like, yep, it's really good now. But it can't change the fact that it just never found an audience. And when you have that long, what's been essentially 8.5 years of dev time between starting, releasing, and now, and the game just doesn't have a big audience, doesn't have good monetization built into it.
No.
That's just a really bad thing right now. And it's always never a good thing. It's really bad right now.
And if you think about it logically, in a world where Microsoft is multi-plat, on PlayStation there's no point releasing Motorsport because you've got Gran Turismo over there.
Yeah.
And if Gran Turismo were to come to PC, which you would say seems likely at some point, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the next Gran Turismo is a PC game as well.
All depends upon the capabilities of Polyphony Digital, right? Like, we've seen that in multi-platform releases thus far, is that the studios that are used to multi-platform development, they crack on. Studios that aren't, like even now, Double Fine, Xbox and PC, South of Midnight, Xbox and PC, like, these haven't had multi-platform launches, like, beyond console and PC.
And Britt makes a good point. PC has a lot of sim races. To me, it would make more sense to just release Forza Motorsport as DLC for Horizon. So say, hey, the next open world Horizon, we've got closed circuit DLC, or just call it Motorsport DLC, where you can drive to a city with closed circuit races and just do races there. With people. Like, why not? Why wouldn't you just do it that way? If you could do fucking Hot Wheels tracks, I'm sure you could do just closed circuit races.
Yeah.
Like, so you've got this massive audience in Horizon. Just have closed circuit races.
You'd have to have
Horizon as DLC.
Double engines, because like Motorsport is the simulator cage.
I know it's a simulator.
So,
but you say
Forget
that,
the
Jesse.
simulator now.
You say that, but the engine, the actual game engine, is the same. All of the physics
the same
capability is everything's there.
They're similar.
That could be an in-game.
I know they're the same
toggle.
thing, but they go different.
Yeah, no, but like,
is it
it
worth
could
all
be
the
literally.
effort? What's the ROI?
Yeah.
Like, The way
But
companies
I
are
think
doing it.
DLC. It's just DLC.
It's a smart idea
Most people
because
don't buy DLC.
you immediately
for
give
Forza.
45 million players an option to play. Instead of the arcade version of their
Closed
their
circuit. It's
favourite
just
hobby.
the races. It's about the tracks, not about the physics and the whatever. It's about the tracks. And instead of a massive open world, for the people that want to just race on a closed circuit track, they can within Forza Horizon. That's the way I'd go forward with it. Just have it
The
as
main thing
DLC.
Forza needed and didn't have was a good career mode. Like Forza Motorsport's UI and career mode were incredibly sterile. Like if it's an actual expansion that costs like $30, then it has to have not just make the tracks out of whatever the map is, but because also like you're adding all those maps are huge, and that's gonna it's gonna be like a 90 gig expansion if it's gonna be an actual expansion anyone would care about. And those games are already, 120 gigabytes for Forza Horizon 5 or more. Like it gets. If you want the actual tracks, those aren't going to be in a Forza Horizon game.
A lot of them you have to license as well, so you'd have to pay Silverstone and you have to pay, wherever.
It's okay. That's the beauty of having the audience to justify it.
Yeah, maybe
That's
it's not a
the
bad
beauty of
idea.
it.
It's not a bad idea to introduce,
Isn't it?
track
That's what I
racing.
mean. When you it goes all the way back to the argument we were having about Game Pass and shit. When you have that foundation, that install base, you can try things because there's such a large install base to tap into. When you don't have the install base, it's a far bigger risk. So Forza Horizon is it. It is the... again, someone can please correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I'm aware, Forza Horizon's the biggest racing game on the planet, and now it's on PlayStation. And now who knows? Microsoft's probably trying to get it onto Switch too somehow.
I would just say any dev that hears you say it's probably just a toggle to completely change the physics engine will punch
Who
you in the
said that?
face.
I never said that. I never said that.
John said it would just be a toggle at the engine
No,
level
like
to
they
have the
could
different.
build in, the way the suspension works and the way the torque works and all of that shit into Forza Horizon. And then
No, for me, it's not about the sim part. Sim is gone.
Probably
If
is for
Motorsport
the
is
other people's
gone,
sim.
Then it's
but if
not a
Motorsport is gone, then
expansion.
sim. If Motorsport's gone, then sim is gone within the Forza world. For
Fair
me,
enough.
it's about closed circuit races more so than the sim part. It's about the races. So to me, there's no reason you couldn't just release that as DLC. A bunch of closed circuit races. You drive to this city. It's the same way you have now. So within the map, don't you have the Hot Wheels part within the map?
You
Is it not
teleport
within the
to
map
you
and you drive to it?
No, you teleport to an entirely different map.
Okay, so teleport to a map that's got closed circuit races. What's the big deal? I'm sure they can make it work.
They've
you've got
got a whole circuit racing thing already built into Forza Horizon. If it doesn't play
I don't know. I
like
haven't played
Motorsport,
5.
yeah,
I haven't
it's
played
got
5.
it's got a whole like set race thing that you go to for part of the arcade. Like an actual Forza Motorsport expansion would have to feel like Forza Motorsport. Otherwise, it's just the thing they already have.
I don't know, man. It's a bummer though. It's just like that studio has been like delivering and has delivered nothing but like high 80s, 90 plus Metacritic.
Oh, with unrealistic
games.
expectations too.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. They've
Now-
been cranking out games. Phew.
Now, I want to ask a question of you guys and chat, so do let us know what you think. The question is what next steps can Microsoft make or Xbox specifically make, if any, to earn back trust, to make a difference? Like, I'm kind of like, there's nothing that they can do or say aside from keep releasing great games.
Yeah. Most of their audience has no idea what's happened, and they will just care if games come into the system in Game Pass.
Yeah, that's very true. But I guess for the hardcore bubble, like,
Nothing.
is it over for you? Like, is this the end?
It
Are
never
you still
began.
going to hang on? Like,
I-
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not surprised by any of this. This isn't new. This keeps happening in various ways. This will happen again in a few years at the longest. Like, this is
January.
like every January, every June, you can expect this to be a possibility in some fashion. Either it's a smaller January like we had this year, followed by a surprise May into a big ass June. Like, no, this isn't new. I'm not surprised. There's nothing to win back. They didn't have it from me.
Yeah.
Xbox
Yeah,
could
I don't
never be
think this-
separated from Microsoft. That they're too big and intertwined. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I don't think this will ultimately change much. I'm not going to go get rid of my Xbox now. I'm
You're
just
not going to cancel
I'm
your
pe-
Game Pass.
You are
I am-
complicit in genocide.
I sort of in a weird way already did cancel Game Pass in a weird way.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I did and I didn't. For me, I'm just upset about Perfect Dark. That's all it's been for me.
Duck.
And then there was another game that I heard was rumored to. I woke up to DMs that morning to rumors of another game being cancelled. I was like, "Oh, you've got
And
to
I had
be
to tell you,
fucking
no,
kidding
that
me."
guy was really
No,
wrong.
it was false. We saw
It wasn't.
them, like,
It wasn't that. It was two people that both. There was two people that DM'd me that normally give me stuff that both said hearing this game was cancelled.
From
And
that
I'm
guy
like,
saying it. That guy said it. It spread like crazy for 15 minutes, like nonstop everywhere. And then
Oh.
he went, nope, sorry, heard the wrong. I was wrong. And then it actually changed so that people were like, oh no, Blade was not canceled. Because there were people in France who had literally said, checked in, Arcane not affected at all, Blade fine. But then 2 hours later,
my
this
God.
guy's like, it's canceled. I'm so mad. And then people are like, what are you talking about?
Yes.
What do you mean it's canceled? And then
Yeah.
he immediately was like, I didn't mean it, sorry, and deleted it. And it's like,
Backtrack.
yeah.
Oh man, 'Cause,
people
yeah,
were getting very silly on
Per-
Twitter.
yeah, well, Perfect Dark. We had been told. I had been told about Perfect Dark before it was officially announced that Perfect Dark's cancelled. So I was already upset.
Fun story with that. I had the full article written up for the initiative and Perfect Dark being cancelled before Windows Central had published because I'd gotten the info and I'd written it all out. But what I couldn't do was fully confirm it where I was like 100% like this is legit. Like I was very confident. But
Yeah.
like as always, I'm not going to put out anything until I'm like 100% locked in. And if
Starfield.
you actually look at the timing, I think my article went online 3 minutes after Jez, mostly because he got Matt Booty's internal memo. I was like,
Yeah.
God damn it, I should have just taken the punt. But you can't do
But
that in this business.
But I woke up to 2 DMs from sources that were like, hearing Blade's cancelled. I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Are you serious? Like Perfect Dark wasn't bad enough.
Yeah, their hearing is literally they just saw people saying it on social media because one guy said it. That's why hearing means
God.
nothing most of the time.
Yeah.
And your sources are
Holy.
I want to acknowledge some of the
shit.
fantastic folks in the chat. Like, and can I just say, it has been actually, again, we have the best community because you guys, as much as you are, some of you are in your fields
Yeah,
about a lot of this stuff.
That's right, Tom.
It's
That's
been
right, Tom Henderson. Tom Henderson goes
It's the
Blade
next round.
cancellations for the next round. Yeah, that's right.
yeah. But like, as much as some people have been really off the deep end and getting very emotional about this, the conversation as I'm reading it in the chat today has been stellar. Like people are discussing and talking.
Yeah,
about
we banned most of the
problems and how they
shitheads a
feel.
long time ago, so we're pretty good.
It just makes me really happy that we have the community we have. But I just wanted to call out some of the stuff here. Relski says business as usual for them in terms of like. Does Xbox
For
need
most
to do
people,
anything?
realistically, it will be because they've got us by the balls with all the backwards compatible games.
Yeah, Gentle Stone says
And
only
Game
option
Pass.
is to shut up and make good products. Amit Kumar says not a single casual person cares or knows they're busy playing Fortnite. SJ says honestly they can't win my trust back, but I will
Maze.
still invest in the ecosystem.
Okay,
Just take
let's
everything
place
with
bets.
a huge grain of salt.
Let's place bets. So the next big Xbox game that comes out, what's the next one? Is it Gears?
Oh, we're going to see performative reviews.
It would mean Tony Hawk next week.
Hawks.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk. Who is going to be the first review to say, I'd give this game a 9, but you know, who knows if this game was almost cancelled? 7.
Or did they do
Or someone
the
will
one
bring
out
up
of the Hogwarts Legacy got a 1 because they really hated J.K. Rowling, so they couldn't give him more than a 1.
Who will be the one that gives the review, that mentions the cancellations as part of the review? Who's going to be first?
People will
You know
already
it's
be
gonna
mad.
happen.
People will already be mad about
know it's
not
gonna
getting
I,
Tony Hawk early. So
yeah, I am reluctant to name drop outlets. I think will definitely do that.
everyone's yelling Metro in the chat. Metro and PC Gamer.
Are they?
Mm.
Oh man,
Oh,
it's so
shit.
funny.
Someone's gonna do
Jordan Midler's
Yeah,
doing it
someone's
for
gonna-
VGC. He's
My
not going to
gut
do that.
says-
He loves
My
Tony Hawk.
gut says Tony Hawk's will get away with it because it's not really an Xbox game. It will be an
Yeah.
Xbox Game Studios game. that's
Gears
gonna get the next-
Reloaded. Gears
next-
Reloaded.
Yeah, this is shit.
I'm surprised this wasn't cancelled with all the rest of them. It'll be something like that. I'm telling you now. You can just see it coming.
Well,
Oh,
Wade's Judy in the chat. Insider Gaming.
Inside Gamer, yeah. Tom.
Look at the
Henderson will do it for
reputation
sure.
you have, Henderson.
Yeah, it'll be Tom for sure.
Oh, dear.
Tom's gonna personally review Gears Reloaded. He's
Shocked
like,
you're going
"This
after
shouldn't be
Insider Gaming
reloaded."
like that after
More-
you paid for a 5 out of 5 on Console Wars, the card game.
Yeah. Mort in the chat, I think, has the game that's going to get the kicking, and that's going to be Obsidian's The Outer Worlds 2.
Oh yeah,
That's the one.
Ooh,
That's the one
yeah,
that's going to get a
that's the
good
one.
old dropping in the old review.
Oh, Call of Duty.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Call of yeah, but no one cares about Call of
No,
Duty.
no, the Call of Duty's always a punching bag, especially since this is a
Oh
leap year. Yeah, Call of Duty's the punching bag.
Milo Ventimiglia's gonna fucking cop it. Milo is gonna absolutely be the scapegoat for Microsoft's cancellations. You can just see it. My man Milo.
The subheader is just going to be Milo Ventimiglia Genocidia.
Oh shit, mate! If you thought the Xbox tax on reviews was bad before, ooh boy,
And that only
watch
helps
what
the
goes
people that work
forward.
at those games.
Yep, 100%.
It is really weird. I've seen so many people like, I just hope they die. I hope the whole platform's gone. I'm like, you realize
That
there's still 19,000 people there that you supposedly care about.
There's
Like,
an
I get
irony
being
about that.
angry
All
at
to lose their-
upper management, but upper management isn't the majority of the company. It's like
Yes.
actually a tiny part of it.
We wish for people to lose their jobs too. The management people, they're the people that we'd want to lose. Because even if they lose their jobs, they ain't going to struggle.
Yeah.
Because they're all millionaires.
It's
they ain't
it's
going to
eat
struggle.
the rich, not eat the middle class and poor.
Yeah, I've never understood, but it doesn't matter really what Xbox do. I think in the grand scheme of things, there's nothing they can do apart from just keep making games and carry on trucking. But I do wish for this hardcore bubble, because the hardcore bubble, as much as people say
Bubble.
it's not important, it is to the broader kind of ripple effect of people talking about your platform from a state of goodwill. And I just, they did it for the business update, but I wish they would come out and just try at least to put a strong foundation in and be like, here's the direction, blah, blah. But then I say that, they came out and said, we're definitely making new hardware, we're definitely doing these things, and the
No one
headlines
believes
for
it.
the
Change
last
their
4
minds.
weeks,
But they could
Last-
change their minds.
they could, yeah, but now it's just going to continue.
It's
like
also,
that,
I mean,
isn't it?
that type of stuff's already taped out and set up, and like the amount of money lost on it would be just bonkers.
Surface Mini was on trucks. Surface Mini was on trucks on the way out. Don't
It's also
ever
shitty.
underestimate, mate. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. It matters a
You
lot.
talk about things being taped out. This thing was on trucks.
I doubt
in
they were
boxes
making their
going
own
out
stock.
to retailers.
They probably weren't making their own SOCs for Surface Minis, though.
Brit's like, don't let the inmates run the studios. They'd never release a game then. You need some form of management. Yeah, let Copilot do it. Let Copilot be the management. If you're happy to replace people with Copilot, replace the managers with Copilot. Fucking see what happens then. But then it's funny, we didn't talk about that, and that is an interesting discussion, because we've spoken about this in past episodes just as a wider discussion about how they run the studios. And we've said how you have to strike a balance between letting go of the rope on development studios and knowing when to tighten the reins. And we've always said, I wonder if they're if they're giving the studios too much free rein. when they talk about, oh, we'll let them do whatever they want. You need to know when to pull in the reins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They definitely did with Undead Labs after that fellow who sure has done stuff since leaving left all the studios. He's closed. It's really hard. We just don't know. And whenever we find out anything, it's generally from people quite often who are let go and very negative, and they might be 100% correct. But unlike whoever the hell it was that put out that Halo Studios hit piece from one single source, like that's not good reporting. Like Jason Schreier and Tom Warren and Jez, despite what people want to think, they always go from multiple sources because when you just have one, you just get their story. You might not get the actual truth. You get their version of it. Whether it's accurate or not, you can't tell.
Yeah, like good friends of mine, good genuine people that I've been speaking to for years at Microsoft were hit by this, and I'm so angry on their behalf because they were champions, like getting us into the right things, and I'm so gutted for them that they've left, and I'm also gutted for us because I feel like that kind of relationship is irreplaceable in many ways. But I also, I
was just going to say, again, we didn't even talk about this before, because when shit like this goes on, you forget a lot of stuff you want to say. Like,
yeah, of course.
What happens, like, how can developers who are constantly in fear for their jobs, like, what sort of games will come out of those kinds of studios?
Yeah.
I think it's something that, was it not Miyamoto, one of the Nintendo presidents or execs or something said it once. Said that you're not going to get quality games from developers who are constantly fearful for their jobs. And it's true.
Yep.
It's true. What sort of quality do you think is going to come out of there? And this isn't a whataboutism or so, unisex people too. That's fine, but I'm just saying, like, when Microsoft cuts, they cut deep. Because they've got so many. So right now, if even Call of Duty studios can have cuts, like, then no one is safe if even the Call of Duty studios can have cuts. Then literally no one is safe.
Imagine the effect of morale that they must have across every studio, every company. It's absolutely brutal in so many ways. And it's just like, there's no real acknowledgement of that because, again, this is a creative-led process. Like Greg Mayles as an example. Now, he has been Rare for 30-something years. He makes great games. Like, that's fact. He was on the Everwild team. He's reportedly now left Rare. But, like, he is also one of those leaders that was like, no. We don't want to remake stuff. We don't want to do Banjo-Kazooie and stuff. And it's like, Rare is a really interesting case, actually. Like, what does Rare do now? Like, and my gut says,
Nintendo buy them back?
No. This is what I might be wrong, but this is pure conjecture on my part. I think the window is now open to talk about and do pitches for a Banjo-Kazooie one because it's
that's already the rumor, isn't that the rumor?
Yeah, I think. We talked a little bit about this on headlines, but yeah, Andy Robinson mentioned that the pitches are actually being listened to. But if you think about it, the other thing that Rare is probably going to do, and I would do if I was in charge at Rare, I'd get them making Sea of Thieves too. Why not? Why not at this point? Like, you've got to have something. Like, Everwild's been a project that's been in pre-prod or in prod for 7 or 8 years. What do you do now? What do you do now? What are we going to make?
Because the thing is, they've been doing nothing but Everwild.
Well, they've been doing Sea of Thieves too, but they've also got support teams on Sea of Thieves.
Yes, see,
but they've not been doing anything Sea of Thieves.
Am I revealing too much? See, Rare has barely touched Sea of Thieves in years.
That's news to me.
Yeah, funnily enough, they've actually been adding more to it lately than they had been, so much so that they broke it repeatedly.
But it's not Rare doing it.
I know.
there's other.
They lead
studios
it,
that
but
work
they
on
have
Sea
help
of
now.
Thieves.
Yeah.
There's
So the
other
question, that's what I mean, though,
studios.
Nick. So the question is then, what do they make now? Like they've got to suddenly have a project in the pipeline that's going to generate revenue. And the easier answer is obviously a fancy-looking remake of a classic, right? Remake Banjo, put some fur on it.
The remake of Banjo has been rumored for years, though.
It has.
Obviously
Well,
not. with Rare.
didn't Nate the Hate say that one is in development somewhere?
Yeah, I had heard stuff. Never wanted to say it publicly. Like there are certain games that when I hear about them, I stay the fuck away from them because I'm like, I don't want that shit attached to me for years. Like what I copped with Gears Collection. I don't want that shit attached to me for years, only for it to never happen. Blah blah. Banjo was one of those games. I heard about a Banjo remake years ago, and I was like, not going to talk about that because that's just going to get too many people annoyed and upset. Same as another very hardcore niche remake I've been hearing about for the better part of 2 years, which as far as I'm aware is coming. This one I'm confident on. As far as I'm aware it's coming. I have left receipts with people too. So when it does come, those people are ready to go to say, yeah, look, Nick told me about this a while back. Banjo was a... No, it's not rumor mill. This game, I ain't going near this game publicly. Not a fucking chance am I going near this game. Same way I didn't want to go near Final Fantasy 16, but Final Fantasy 16 I sort of caved on and it came anyway. But don't worry. This one, you'll see why I didn't want to touch it when it gets announced.
I wonder if it's the one that people keep talking about on our very own Discord.
It might be at the Game Awards, I think.
Is it a PS1 game?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying.
Okay, because that has been on our Discord many times for multiple people now.
Was this a remake?
I only go into Discords when I get tagged in them. Now, if I'm not being tagged, then I don't really go in Discords much anymore. But yeah, I've left some receipts with.
I think it's pretty obvious. We all know it is the Lego Adventures game. Lego Horizon Adventures is getting remastered, as they do with all Horizon releases. It's been a year. It's time.
Yeah.
Super chat from Jay Foley.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Yes, Phil Spencer just had his Anakin to Darth Vader moment. Also, can we get that Rumor Mill song, please? Just it's been stuck in my head. We just had it. Yes.
Look,
I do feel for Phil to an extent because he is that's where the buck stops. The buck stops.
He's very wealthy.
The buck stops. Yeah, in terms of, but see, this is the sort of stuff, everything he's copying now and everything they're all copying, that's part of the reason they're so highly paid, because that's the shit that all gets lumped on them.
Yeah.
When I say I feel for him, it's more in a sense of this is coming from above him. Like, to me, Everwild is the truest indicator that this was more a Satya Amy call than anyone else, because why would he go on our show back in Feb and go, Everwild's looking great.
And even just the stories
about
from
Everwild.
Project Blackbird, where Matt Booty had to yank him off the controller so they could continue the meeting. Like, he was a big, gigantic Destiny, like, from his own studio. Like, yeah, he's going to be way into that and be the last thing he would not want to get to play himself. I think it's pretty obvious, but still, he's the one that ends up having to choose and chop.
Yes, that's a better way to... That's a better way to word it, Gentlestone. He gets paid to hold those bucks. That's what I just said. That's why they get paid so much money. So when shit hits the fan, because they're the ones that cop it, that's part of why they get paid so much money. He goes, I feel for the human Phil, but not for corporate Phil. That's a good way to word it.
I've literally
but
had
again, for
7
me,
people say Legend of Dragoon remake. So many people keep saying it's in chat. Ghost of the Shadow, Legend of Dragoon remake at TGA's.
I'm not saying what the game is. I'm not saying what the game is. I've left receipts with people. I've left receipts.
I'm saying
so
what
they
the
can't
game
just
is.
say. So they can't just turn around and go, oh ha ha.
And there's Eriksolm.
It's Nick is just claiming it. I've left receipts with a couple of people who are massive fans of this
Oh,
franchise.
and I'll say for anyone who cuts clips, I have no idea. I'm just saying I keep seeing people say that game. I've never played it and don't care about it.
But yes, what was I saying now? Yeah, with Phil, only because this feels like this was above him. That's all. Like I said, it seems odd. I know Darkwing Duck, but it seems odd that he'd be on our show in Feb going, oh, I'm really loving the progress Everwild's making, to cancelled.
Yeah, even Jez like publicly reported that Everwild was in a good place or something.
That's what I mean. So that's why, to me, that's the biggest indicator that this was above Phil.
You know the one we never heard
me.
was in a good place? Perfect Dark.
Yeah. Like Jeff Grubb repeatedly.
What do you mean? We saw it
last.
last year, so we
Yeah,
know
but we
it's
never
in a good state because we saw it.
But it wasn't.
No, but
it wasn't in a
dude,
close state. That's
that
what
wasn't
it
in a
ended.
good state. That vertical slice looks pretty, but it was a vertical slice that was all.
But we
really...
didn't know that at the time.
No,
No.
but Jeff
No,
Grubb was
yeah.
reporting that it was in a bad state.
And
That's
I'm
what
talking about the how behind the scenes, how we had heard Everwild's doing well, how people were raving about the ZeniMaxing for years, saying it's super cool. We never really got those types of reports about Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The only one we ever got was Grubb saying it's not in the best shape, and then he was like, "Oh, maybe I was wrong."
So
great."
it's really, if that's the case, ipso facto, it's Jeff Grubb's fault that Perfect Dark got cancelled.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible.
It is. If you think about it, if you follow the train of logic, it's Jeff Grubb's fault.
But yeah, also the fact that they laid off people at studios that are doing amazingly well and making tons of money also makes it more clear that it wasn't. Most of them weren't performance related, and like people who are trying to conflate it with Xbox dead, dying, Game Pass killing Xbox. Like, no, it's just mostly they were told to cut this much money because they must invest in AI, along with choosing the few projects that they felt would be the least bad to lose. Doesn't mean those projects are doing poorly. Like, I think it was one of the co-founders of Romero Games is like, we hit every milestone, never had any bad feedback, still had our game canceled. That's not the type of cancellation you get when it's things are going shitty for us. We gotta cut our losses. Like, those are the super high up, you're gonna cut it type of cancellations.
Another super chat
from
Yep, Jay Foley. Phil only has one way to heal this wound. Xbox's own FromSoft exclusive, lol. Everyone got one but Xbox, lol.
Everybody,
What?
Xbox did have one.
Yeah, Xbox has had a lot of FromSoft exclusives in past generations.
Ninja
And
Blade.
If
Blade.
they do one now, people will lose their shit and be so mad.
Oh, could you imagine if Microsoft partnered with FromSoft for an exclusive? They'd be like, "Don't do it, From.
Even if it was going to be on
shut
PC.
down."
Yeah. Well, even if it was on PC day and date, unlike Duskbloods, which will only ever be on Switch too, it seems.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh dear, it's a crazy, crazy world.
Okay, is it time for an ad break?
Yeah, we can stick a little ad break in here because
There is some good news.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of the other fun things of this.
Yeah,
week.
we've been talking about bad news for 2 hours. I think we've given it plenty.
Yeah.
No, we were defending. We'll still be called clowns.
I wouldn't argue we were defending. I just think I especially was holding back and trying to be as level-headed.
It's explaining why
I
this
possibly
horrible
could have.
shit happened. Not that this horrible shit was good and we like it.
Because I was fully ramped up to like go fucking ham, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna try and better myself as a person, and not just fucking absolutely go mental and just lose it.
The thing is, it fundamentally, the reason it feels so much worse is just because of the scale of Microsoft more than anything else. Like
that Black Panther game sounded amazing and all this stuff, and then still gone. Yeah. Like, it's a horrible symptom of the industry, and it just continues to suck horribly. Got a super chat.
Yep, super chat before we go to an ad break. Cody Bishop, I just got a Switch 2 and I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom for the first time at 60. Truly an adventure. So much freedom and creativity for the player. Ever play it? Yes, I have.
You spent $1,000 to never play
I
it.
spent $1,000 on Tears of the Kingdom.
I honestly think,
I haven't
but
played
Nick,
it.
when I played it on the Switch 1 and then I yoinked my own
on Switch
thing.
2, it's so much better.
I yoinked my own thing and I played it at 60 with tons of mods on PC, my own copy that I got from my own system, so it is technically okay. Really good. I had just replayed a lot of Breath of the Wild, though, and they are so similar that I burnt out pretty quickly. But yeah, I'd really like to go to Tears of the Kingdom at some point again.
It's so much better. It's so much better on Switch 2.
Yeah, they didn't
fully
send me a
regret
Switch 2,
buying
so.
the Switch 2. Absolute
Send it to me.
waste of money.
It's an American one. Send it to me.
As you can see, Streets of Rage 4 is what I can't, for some reason, don't ask me why, I just keep playing Streets of Rage 4. Like I would, I'm like, what do I want to play?
Are you playing the
And I just
roguelike
play
mode,
Streets of
or
Rage
you just
4.
play the campaign?
I play both. I play
Yeah.
both. I play the survival mode, the survival mode that they released DLC as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, for some, but I used to do the same with Streets of Rage 2, and now Streets of Rage 4 has replaced Streets of Rage 2.
severe
where
OCD.
I'll just randomly boot it up and play it because I fucking adore Streets of Rage 2.
You know what I adore,
and
Nick?
Streets of Rage 4 so much.
I adore the XboxEra patrons. Let's try and sell people so we have more of them.
This is Xbox Era. We're an independent, community-funded publication focused on providing the best coverage and discussion of your favourite platform, Xbox. With best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and awesome merch, XboxEra.com is your destination for the best news, reviews, and features focused on what you care about. With shows like the Xbox Era podcast, headlines, and a whole heap of Patreon-exclusive content, we're proud to be an independent publication completely funded by you. If you value having an outlet truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support.
That's right, folks. Xbox Era is entirely supported by you lot. So many thanks to all of our existing patrons, our YouTube members. But if you're listening regularly and you enjoy the content that we make, please help us by heading to patreon.com/Xbox Era, where you can pledge your support for us less than a cup of coffee a month, and you help keep us alive for many more months to come. Otherwise, you have to start cancelling shows, letting people go.
I'll be first
Anyways,
to be let go because
um,
I don't do anything.
next up, it's not all doom and gloom, and an interesting turn of events.
Microsoft had a Denzel moment where they were like, "Oh, thank God."
Yeah, an interesting turn of events. Out of nowhere, I think it's fair to say,
Yes.
Helldivers 2 is announced. A first ever for PlayStation Publishing LLC on the Xbox platform, coming to Xbox August 26th in all of its glory. Gents, were you surprised to see this headline?
Yes, because Nick had told me it wasn't happening. After Nick had intimated
I got told.
it could.
Yeah. So because I saw a lot of people tagging me on Twitter and in Discord saying, Nick, you were right. No, I wasn't. Technically, I wasn't right. Or actually, no, sorry, wait. Let me clarify.
You're proven correct that they were in discussions.
There
but
was
yes.
discussions.
Yeah,
That's
which
right.
Many
That is the
people said
part.
you were full of shit on, which you were not.
Everyone called me a liar. Everyone said this. All I said was that there's very early discussions about the possibility of Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. I then got told about 5 months later, I don't think it's happening. Sony doesn't want to do it. But then that also doesn't mean things didn't change again. We just had Phil 5 months ago saying Everwild's in great shape. So things clearly changed. So obviously something... Because I believe, I assume Sony probably wanted Microsoft to cover everything. Maybe after Sony said no, maybe Arrowhead forced their hand.
It is interesting because it's a full-on PlayStation port by Nixxes.
Yeah.
Published by
Yeah, I
PlayStation Publishing. Like it is not. It's not like any of the other ones. It's not MLB covering the publishing. It's not Kojima and 505 covering the publishing. It's not Bungie publishing. It is directly the first-party pipeline for PlayStation.
But that's why I wonder if Arrowhead twisted their arm. A part of me feels like it was Arrowhead that twisted their arm.
I feel like, yeah, a little bit for sure. Like,
so
they strike me as they just want more players for their game. Like,
yeah, in the same way, I trust that my source had good info when he said they're discussing Helldivers 2, which has been proven to be correct. I also trust my source when they said Sony doesn't want to do it. So that's what leads me to believe that Arrowhead, because remember, I think, and if someone can please clarify the timelines on this. So I mentioned the update that Sony doesn't want it to happen, I think around September last year. When did Arrowhead announce that they're going to self-publish their next game?
It was like a month or two ago.
That was recent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, did Arrowhead force Sony's hand with this?
It'd be a very quick port, though. This had to be in the works for a
in
while.
the chat asking like, how can they twist their arm when Sony owns the IP? And it's like, because you're the boss of the company, you'd be like, guys, we really want to do this. Can we do this? Can we do this? That's how you do it.
It's not just that.
Financially twist their arm.
No, when I say twist their arm, you have to remember, Sony has been in the games as a service. That PlayStation has been in a games as a service phase where they're trying to make a successful games as a service game. Guess who made one for them?
Yeah, V1.
Arrowhead.
Yeah.
So that would lead me to believe that Arrowhead would have at least a little bit of pull on something like this because it's their game and they're the ones that have actually given Sony a successful, very successful, extremely successful games as a service game. That has to give them a little bit of power at PlayStation. It would have to. So that I still trust that when my source said, no, it's not happening, I believe that that's what happened. At some point, those discussions died. And then Arrowhead probably forced the issue.
And probably it would have been a while ago if it's coming out this soon, too.
I love that this is happening. Like, this is...
I said the update was like last September. We're getting close to a year ago. So, yeah.
Like I said when we first played this, that this is, in my mind, the most Xbox-assed game that PlayStation have ever made. Like, it feels very... You know, and I guess that's probably because Microsoft has always been more multiplayer-centric than PlayStation ever has.
And shooter-centric.
And it's such a dude bro game, but it's so good.
With a squad, it's incredibly fun when you play with other people. We've always said that from the start. I bought it on PlayStation. I'm not gonna
even if it's only one other person, it's like one more person makes it really fun. 2 and 3 just gets crazier and crazier and super fun.
Yeah, it is awesome. And like I feel like this is going to do really well. I hope it does really well. But obviously the question...
We'll see the Game Pass effect, won't we?
Yeah, right. This is not a Game Pass release. This is $35 dues for the standard edition, I think. And
40 US.
Expensive...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So 35 quid for UK.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this is a great game. Like this is
with a squad. Awesome. If you play on your own, far less fun.
Yeah, there's no in-game chat
on your own.
from memory.
There is in-game chat, but it's just not. It's not a great game for matchmaking because people are playing it for so goddamn long that every time I tried to matchmake, I would just immediately get kicked out. Like 90% of the time.
You're too low on the rank.
I remember experiencing it on PS5. Like I was in a game and all of a sudden before the game even started, they booted me because my level was so much lower than everyone else's. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if people will buy because someone in the chat mentioned that, no Game Pass deal. Maybe that was part of how they ended up getting it across the line because Sony probably wanted a Game Pass deal and then Microsoft was like, no, and then Arrowhead was like, no, just we want a bigger player base. Just get it on there, whatever. I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see how it does. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Like the price helps. The fact that it's not like a $60, $70 release probably helps. Helldivers. Hopefully, Xbox players buy it and don't wait for a Game Pass deal. Like, I don't think this game. I assume this game won't get one. Unless it's way down the line, if they see the base is struggling. I don't know.
Much fun.
I'm not
I'm
going to
looking
double
forward to
dip. I've got it on
Divers.
PlayStation, and it's got crossplay, so I don't need to double dip on Xbox.
It's got crossplay. I've got it on PC where it's going to.
I've got it on
better.
PlayStation. So yeah, comes out the same day as Gears Reloaded.
Yeah,
funny.
some weird.
How
timing,
funny is
right?
that? How funny is that? They trade on the same day. We get Helldivers, you get Gears. Now, I mentioned this on Twitter, and then I saw others say it after me. Surely, Halo Studios is talking to Arrowhead, and Arrowhead is talking to Halo Studios, saying, "Oi, boys, ODST."
And then everyone says, no, we
Collab.
want Spartans first. ODST second.
Nah, you have to put. They're the orbital.
I know it
Drop
makes more
shot
sense, but
troopers,
Spartans are the thing people think of. But there's a
Yeah, but
lot.
Spartans don't die that easily as well. The ODSTs die quick, just like in
there'll be Spartan
Helldivers
3s
2.
and they do die.
Nah, you gotta do ODST.
You could also do power armor. You could do the Doom guy. Like there's a lot of things you could do with Microsoft IP.
Some of, but ODST is like the perfect fit. An ODST collab. It is literally a perfect fit for this.
Yeah,
They have to do it.
I would love to see it. There's a couple of super chats on this.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
Scott the Oz. Console wars are over. Begun. The IP wars have. And Alvin, more like the shareholders twisted Hiroki's arm. Yeah, that too.
Well, I mean, they've talked about it. Like, it's not new. They've talked about their live service games are day and date on PC. Like they've just said that outright. Like
Sorry.
it's not a new thing with them. So I don't think it's a big shock when smaller releases and IP end up on any other platform. Like small IP like Patapon and Horizon going to Switch or Xbox and PC, like not a shock. That's any live service game. Probably going to be PC day one. I don't think, like a lot of people have thought, that this is going to then mean that big IP come over. First off, for Xbox, they don't really have to. If the next gen is every store, their bigger games are mostly going to be there anyways, outside of a select few they haven't bothered to port for some reason. I'm still really surprised they've never done it with Demon's Souls. I still think Astrobot will eventually most likely happen, but even then, who knows?
On PC.
Yeah, on PC. I'm just
Not on
talking
Xbox.
PC. No, and if they're on PC, then they're on the next Xbox anyways. The difference being, they get a 30% taken away on Valve from on Steam from Valve. They'd get to keep 88% and only have 12% taken away if they did make a native Xbox PC version or Xbox version next gen. You get a much better cut if they keep that.
Yeah, they won't do that. It's too
Yes.
PlayStation centric as a title.
Yes, Buzz Swan. I'm making an effort to save money. We make coffees at home now.
Mm-hmm.
We found pods. We found pods of the coffee brand that I love. I didn't know they make pods, so we bought a fuck ton of them. And to save money, I'm now making my coffees at home.
Yep, just get a good, especially if you find a good powdered creamer. Not even like an actual liquid. Liquid creamers are better
What do
generally.
you mean? I just use milk. I just use milk.
Yeah, there you
We
go.
don't really
Why
do
do you-
creamer.
What's creamer? What the fuck is
It's
creamer?
artificial milk.
No, a creamer.
Really?
It's like heavy cream. It's not milk. It's not thin. It's thicker. But if you
No, we
ask
use
an
milk.
American, yeah, you can. I don't know. I use milk all the time too. Like oat milk and stuff because it's pretty sweet. But no, creamer, and heavy cream is a normal thing here in America for coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got more fat in it.
So weird.
Yeah, we found like the hotel I was in had like hazelnut creamer and caramel creamer and different flavors.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this? I mean, it's fine.
It's the
Very artificial.
It's the thinner outer of the acid with some sweetness in it.
I've got another super chat.
When you come down, Jesse, I'll make you a proper coffee.
I've had many proper coffees in my life.
I don't believe you. Good old Collingwood. How much do you think the Helldivers news partially alleviated the Xbox layoffs news for Xbox fans? Probably a lot. If what I saw on Twitter is anything to go by, a lot. Having said that, I once again had to be the voice of reason when I saw some PlayStation fans like going fucking just nutso. Like, oh, that's it. Everything's on the table now. Everything's coming to Xbox. I'm like, calm down. No, it's not. I'm going to say what we have all said on this show for years, and you used to clip us and say, oh, these XboxEra clowns. I'm going to say what we've been saying on this show for years, and you clipped us and gave us shit for. I fully expect all PlayStation games to go to PC day one. Eventually. Very slowly it's going to happen. Been saying that for years. Very slowly. They didn't have to jump in the deep end like Xbox did. That's the advantage of being at the bottom. You can just go, we got nothing to lose. PC games day and date. Game Pass, day and date. That's the one little advantage Microsoft has being at the bottom. They can just do shit because they're at the bottom anyway. PlayStation can't. PlayStation loves the console wars. PlayStation has a massive fan base that are very fervent and very passionate about console exclusive. So Sony has to do everything slowly in drips and drabs. And that's what this is. So PC and day will happen eventually.
I just feel like Sony are about... They're like 7 or 8 years behind where Microsoft were in 2018.
And funny enough, they're not even that far behind as far as their metrics. They've already shifted entirely to MAUs and not hardware sales anymore. And they did it over a year ago. Like they're all going for the same thing. They're all making insane amounts of money, which is what makes all the firing so much worse because they're all making more money than ever. Like Microsoft has never made this much money with Xbox. They've never made this much money in general. PlayStation's making far and away the most they ever had, though. Much like Xbox, they're not keeping enough. So the biggest similarities between Microsoft or between Xbox and PlayStation as divisions is their shift to focusing on trying to improve margins. Like they both want to have 30 or 40% margins, which is what you would normally want to have at this deep into a generation because you've already spent everything going into the generation and starting the generation up. This is when you're supposed to be making all your money. And Sony's made like 115 billion or something, or 105 billion, but they've only kept like 9% of it. So for them, it's the exact same thing as Microsoft, where it's like, well, what are the lower cost, higher gain things? And doing ports and doing remasters are that. So that is why you will see more ports going to more places because the games are already made. You then just have to make a version that works on there. You figure out the best time to put it there. You just make a bunch of money. And it's not the entire cost of making a brand new game. Like, it's already done.
But that's what I mean when I say that PlayStation's in a different position and they're in a better position to do these things the way they do them because they've got that big, large install base to build off and support them that Xbox doesn't have. So Sony won't ever, like... So PC day and date, I expect will happen. The Xbox thing, to me, they'll only do it with games as a service games like Helldivers 2 because it makes sense for those games. You're not going to see God of War on Xbox. You're not going to see Last of Us on Xbox. That sort of stuff you won't see.
I do think that they'll also struggle more on PC day and date for everything because they don't have their own store and launcher and stuff. So they're still, they have to give up more of it. Yeah, if they can figure that out, they can have a play anywhere type of system or even you get a discount on one or the other knowing them. And I have seen the whole, the 4 games, it's just 4 games. The 4 games was an experiment, and it was super successful, so they did them all. And it's been the exact same thing for PlayStation. They've got lots of money versus the amount that the ports cost generally. I wouldn't be surprised one of the only ones that didn't do tremendously well was The Last of Us, because they ended up messing that one up so much and having to spend so much more time on it and fixing it and all that. And even Spider-Man 2 really wasn't a good port early on. But as they get better at them, as they figure it out, yeah, I 100% expect most things they can to get on PC way faster than they have, and anything live service is day and date.
Yeah, I fully expect like live service stuff. Like now, this gives me hope for Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls coming to Xbox.
Yeah.
Gives me so much, because oh my god, that game looks incredible. And I would love. I mean, I miss out on the wireless arcade stick though, which sucks.
Technically, you shouldn't want wireless if you want to be the best. You're always going to have some latency with it.
I don't play it competitively. I play for fun. So yes, that gives me a lot of hope, because to me the games as a service games make sense on Xbox and Switch if you can, because you want to make as much money out of those games as humanly possible, and you want them to have as many players as possible. Like Helldivers 2 on Xbox is such a no-brainer. That is the shooter box. Like if they can't find success on Xbox with Helldivers 2, well then fucking pack it up. Like, I'd be disappointed. I'd be disappointed in Xbox as a platform if Helldivers can't find success there. I'd be pretty disappointed in Xbox as a, I don't know, I guess as a community. Again, and I say that as a person who won't be buying it on Xbox because I've already got it on PlayStation. So there's just no point double dipping if it's cross-play. What would be the point in double dipping? But yeah, I for those panicking, because I've seen it on Twitter, the For You tab gives it to me, thinking that this means, oh my god, everything is coming. Nah, man. It's not. It's not. Sony is in a position to be able to be selective about this.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And they will be. They will be very selective.
And they technically have to be, because they don't have the bandwidth to do a ton of them at a time.
No, that too. And yeah, there are, I've seen a lot of, and to be fair to some of the PlayStation fans on Twitter, I've seen some consistency now, which is good. Because consistency is the best. That are like, this devalues PlayStation. And I'm glad, even though I don't agree, I'm glad they're saying that, because they said it for Xbox. When Xbox put their games everywhere. It devalues the Xbox. So they're being consistent, saying, well, this devalues the PlayStation. I don't agree with that, personally. I've always said I don't think people are going to abandon their consoles for PCs. I just don't think they will.
No, if you love playing on a console, you'll continue to play on a console.
Yeah, that convenience is too much to give up on, and that's why you're seeing Microsoft try so hard to create that console-like convenience on PC. That's why you're seeing Microsoft trying to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that eventually, like, I would say in 40 years, consoles probably won't exist in the way that they do now. Like, at all.
I don't know.
Because most kids nowadays don't give two shits.
Risk it. I know exclusivity matters to an extent. I'm just saying with Helldivers 2 specifically right now, I don't again, there's not going to be all these people that just suddenly abandon their PlayStations for Xboxes or Xbox. Like, it's one game. And I don't think Sony won't ever put their tentpoles, their marketing games on Xbox. So there's no devaluing the console from that perspective for PlayStation. How many people were realistically buying a PlayStation for Helldivers? Realistically, the game sold 12 million straight away, but that would have been to existing PlayStation owners. It wouldn't have been to new people. The vast majority of that would have been existing people.
Indeed. We've got a couple of super chats.
Oh, we've got more. Ursel. This is gonna deviate us now. Can we ask Ursel's later?
I can answer it very quickly.
John, why the Switch 2 regret?
I don't feel like I've got anything really to play on it. That's it. There you go. That's the answer. It's just a cool little device sitting under my TV that
I
is
don't know.
not being touched.
It's got Mario Kart, which is very good.
I'm kind of bored.
The Zelda games at 60 are a very hugely different experience.
It's John's least interesting genre for him. He could not give two shits about open world exploration games with mediocre combat.
Risk it for the biscuit, who goes for a shit football team. You called the Helldivers 2 talks, Nick, as I recall. I did. I also said that they were off back in September. Yeah. I also said that it was off at the time. But that doesn't mean things couldn't have changed again.
Be a quick change to get a port done.
Yes and no. But if I heard just because I heard in September that it was off, it probably took place earlier. So we're still talking a full year if they ended up coming to an agreement. But yeah. But yes, what were we talking about?
Helldivers 2? You've been talking for a while.
2.
Well, I was going to change
whatever, man.
now.
Whatever, man. You guys have two fucking shows. You guys have 2 fucking shows to talk. Relax.
You said what were we talking
I
about?
was going to change the
zoned out.
subject. I was going to change the subject after the super chats because there's some other interesting news beyond Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox, and that is regarding a little Xbox IP we all know and love called, they call it Halo.
You had me at Halo.
Halo Studios. And I owe Ursula a big "you were right, I was wrong." I was like, "What the flip?" when I saw this. This news breaks. Halo Studios came out and
Holy
said,
gosh.
"Hey, just to address some of the rumors, we're going to share more about what we're working on at HCS Championship Worlds, whatever it is, in October in Seattle." So much like what they did with their announcement of Halo Studios and everything else. They're doing it again.
Super chat.
Sorry, mate. We're in the middle of a conversation.
Super chat.
We're in the middle of a conversation.
Machine XP. I, for one, love it when Nick talks. Yeah, fucking thank you, Machine.
All right, John, keep going.
But yeah, Ursula was right. I was wrong. Fair play. I'm like, I think it's kind
the
of
remake, right? The CE remake.
Yeah. I've heard 2 alternate theories on this, by the way. I've heard CE remake, and then I've heard, it's called Project Foundry. Foundry is the first ever Forge map for Halo 3. Maybe it's more like the next steps in Halo Online multiplayer, user generated content, and I'm like, that doesn't feel right to me. I feel like it's the Halo CE remake. But yeah, that was just someone going, surmising, and that is not a rumor.
The CE remake doesn't feel like an announcement worthy of like a showcase or the Game Awards or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like Halo CE has already been remastered or remade.
An actual remake does. I don't think a remaster does, but when they're moving to Unreal Engine 5, they're doing that not just to put pretty graphics on top of blam. It's going to have to play new. Like they're learning how to make Unreal feel like Halo. So that is a remake, which I do think would normally be showcase worthy. But
here's the thing though, is I don't want to play a straight beat for beat remake of Halo CE.
Oh no, it plays terribly compared to later in the series.
I mean,
I would
I'd play it, but I've played Halo CE to death.
Yep,
and I want them to improve. I want them to expand. I want them to try new things. Go full single player only. Don't bother with the multiplayer component. That's what I want.
I'm okay if they don't. But remember, hello, Mr. Consistency. How many times do I go back and play old games that I love?
I know.
Keep playing Streets of Rage 2.
Whereas
Punch Out.
Unless it's very, very one of my faves, I don't.
I would if they change it, if they make little modern day improvements and all that sort of stuff, that's great, and they don't fuck it up. That's okay too. But if they just go straight up, same game, beat for beat, Unreal Engine 5 prettiness, I'll be okay with that as well. I won't throw the baby out with fucking bathwater and fucking lose my shit. I'll be like, oh, okay. Maybe not what could have happened, but this is still great.
I'd give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Then I'll review it.
You won't. You
so
don't have
that
the
we
choice.
can give it the fucking... So we
The
can
thing
give
is,
it
though,
the
Nick,
boost.
like you say that, but like Halo CE is an incredible game. Like you and I
Oh,
both agree. Like I
what
know
a game.
Jesse likes to be
What a
contrarian on
game.
this
No,
one.
it's probably the Halo game I've played the most 7 times over because it was my brother and I were pretty poor. You could play it split screen. We played through it like 100 times.
I've played it. I can't even count how many times I've played it.
So good.
A
It's
lot.
the
so
only
fucking
Halo
good.
game I
But-
ever played the multiplayer in a lot.
But
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, Land Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do lands all the time. But
Fuck.
when you think about what engines are capable of, like the number of enemies on screen, combat scenarios, are you telling me that if they made it super pretty, and they didn't touch a thing, and it was exactly the same, just with Unreal Engine 5
I'd be
graphics?
okay with it.
But would you not wish that they like?
I'm not saying that's what I'd
expanded
prefer.
things a bit?
I'm not saying that's what I'd prefer. I'm just saying I'd be okay with it. Like, I wouldn't be upset. A part of me would be like, fuck, I can't sprint. I got so used to sprinting, I can't sprint.
Walking on grease.
Oh, yeah, I'm just like walking so slowly. So there would be little things
You're
where
a
I'd
floaty
be
tank
like,
man. Every jump you're like,
Yes, that's right.
"Ooh."
Yes, that's right. It's like you're
Low
well,
grab.
You are in space on you are in space on another planet, but still,
It's technically
I'm just-
supposed to be normal Earth gravity, or close to it.
Okay.
Space magic.
As long as they don't fuck it up, I'm ultimately okay with either direction. But yes, John, I will agree with both yourself and Jesse and say that in an ideal scenario, look at the things that haven't held up and correct them. So make Chief heavier, make him faster, make him
And the levels
whatever.
have to change to accommodate modern gameplay. Because obviously they were...
Do they?
Yeah, like the actual layout and setup of everything was set
Why?
for the old...
But they were big.
No, the old corridor levels especially, like you would slam into walls every 2 seconds when you're doing a lot of the... especially the retread ones. Like there are bigger areas, but those bigger areas are going to feel really small if you're fast and can clamber and all that type of stuff. Like it breaks most...
I don't know.
if you even just being able to clamber would break a lot of the progression blockers and stuff. Like you have to immediately redesign around new movement abilities if you put them in. Because you can already break Halo CE pretty easily. You make it fast and jump further and clamber up stuff.
I get you.
Like, yeah.
But like you said, people are already doing that now with grenade jumps and this and that and the other. So it's like,
Well, your
yeah,
common
I can-
denominator is always the most average player, and if the average player can then now break things easily, you got to fix that.
I don't think they'd have to change too much. I'm sure they'd have to change some.
Well, you
stuff
also
about rules,
don't.
But I don't.
Modern audiences aren't going to want to just go backtrack half the time in the later parts of the game. They're going to want new.
But they
new.
do that now in Metroidvanias.
And to be honest, like the backtracking, at least in Halo CE, made perfect sense for the story. Like, they did a good
Narratively,
job.
yeah.
And they
Even I
mixed it up
understood it.
with
The
new
tiny
combat
little bit of
scenarios.
story that game actually has.
But
Made for a better
simple is
TV
best.
show than what we got.
Someone's already in the chat said silver timeline reboot.
Hmm.
Master Cheeks, yeah.
Yeah,
Kill me now.
I'll be
Literally.
the butt model.
But all of your multiplayer arenas would be built around the old movement system, so you'd have to redo every.
Oh yes,
multiplayer layout.
different. Yes. Multiplayer, I 100% agree with you. I
And
totally get the multiplayer
a lot of times,
part.
if they've already remade them for Halo Infinite and Forge, if the movement's like that, you got something you could work off of.
And I will say the one level that they need to completely rework is the library.
Library is
just
easy in the
Nah.
remake.
The library
anniversary.
is designed to be a run and gun thing. The only thing that they failed to do, and they did try and improve it a little bit, was it felt, because everything looks the same, a little bit like a maze.
Yes.
I
did not
liked the
enjoy
run and gun.
library.
Triple
like,
the length of
constant-
the library. That'll fix it.
Yeah, let's do that.
It wasn't just that. It was the way. The problem with the library wasn't just the layout and the look. It was also the flood and the way the flood were infused with it.
The flood were
I
never
don't know,
very
the
fun
library-
to fight against.
The library bothered me. The library was the one thing that bothered me. The backtracking never bothered me. I didn't give a shit.
They
about
really
that.
nailed it with the Covenant and never nailed it with the flood.
What?
But
The
I like
gameplay
the,
being as engaging.
narratively though. Narratively, I like the flood.
Yeah.
It was the part of the. It was a nice twist. And remember, back then it was fairly revolutionary having
The horror
three,
twist. Yeah.
having a triumph. I don't know. Having the three, so you had the Covenant, the Flood, and us, all against each other.
Rock, paper,
Yeah,
That was
scissors.
quite. Sorry.
Rock, paper, scissors.
What?
You got the three things. You got the rock, the paper, and the scissors all going. Some are good against
Ah,
others.
yeah, okay.
Jesus, it's not that hard.
Okay. No, I know, but there was
Like the
there was
rock.
actually a word for it that wasn't coming
Oh,
to me.
triumvirate?
It's not rock, paper, scissors. Yes, triumvirate. That's the
Okay. I got you.
yes. That was also
Triumvirate,
quite
Daddy.
that was also quite semi-revolutionary at the time. So I like the flood from that perspective, but much like the Prometheans, the actual act of fighting the flood kind of sucked.
Unless you had a shotgun.
Prometheans.
Yeah.
God, even with it.
With the shotgun, they were very easy. With the and then the energy sword and later ones. But yeah, Halo is not a balanced game.
Against the flood.
Like you just get the pistol.
Oh, the
Yeah.
pistol's amazing. I swear to God, if they fucking fix that pistol, that's where I'll lose my shit.
God, I can't wait for you to lose your shit.
touch. You
This is
do
Halo-
not touch
This
that
is Halo
pistol.
Studios. Like,
Oh my God, I swear to God.
If they give you an actual good, well balanced group of weapons instead of completely breaking the entire game with a pistol, no.
That pistol is what made CE. That pistol is what people fell in love with. You can't just remove that. Otherwise, it's
can.
not even the remotely
to be
the same
fair,
game.
the pistol is only the pistol in multiplayer. The pistol is completely
Nah,
different.
in single
Yes.
player. In single
Pistol
player as
is
well.
completely different in terms
Okay.
of its impact in single.
I'm not going to say fun fact because it's ultimately my opinion. That pistol, despite it being an accident, an admitted accident by Bungie, because everything Bungie does is an accident. That pistol, I would argue that pistol inadvertently was the singular reason the two weapons setup worked.
Yeah,
That pistol is the reason.
I wouldn't disagree.
Even though they
with
didn't mean it that way, like Bungie just thought the two weapon setup would be revolutionary on its own. It wasn't. It was actually quite restrictive and annoying in a world post Doom where you could just have fucking 1,000 guns that you could rotate through. What made the two gun setup work was that pistol, because everyone just carried the pistol and then went, "Oh, yep, this scene calls for a shotgun. Oh, yep, this scene calls for a sniper rifle. Oh, yep, this scene calls for an assault rifle." But the pistol was always there to get him out of a jam.
Unless you die.
Shit, that enemy's far away. The pistol can do it. Oh
Yeah,
shit,
yeah,
this
pistol
enemy's
could-
really
the
close.
pistol could
The pistol
handle
can do it. The pistol, the accident, is what made the two gun setup work. If you
Then
get rid of that
it
pistol,
should have just
they
been
get fucked.
you always have a pistol and you get one other gun.
That's okay. I'm okay with that too.
Yeah. So the
That's fine.
the two weapon setup didn't work at all. Because if you died and your pistol went flying somewhere, you couldn't find it again. You're screwed.
But it did work because everyone copied it after. It did work. Everyone ended up copying it, so it worked.
Meh.
But yeah, I'm intrigued, but we've got a long way to wait. It's October before we see anything on that. So
And the
It's not that
pistol,
far away, mate.
pistol
We'll
won't be
be
July
nearly as
before we
strong.
know it. I know.
It's not that fucking far away, dude. It's
And-
already July.
You know what, Nick?
Yeah.
I bet they don't even have to do that much when it comes to the pistol because they can leave it as is, but just have actual other useful weapons, and the pistol will seem a lot less useful. And you'll get mad, even though it's probably the same pistol. It was just they didn't have a battle rifle. They didn't have anything else precision that you could get often. It was the pistol and the sniper rifle, and everything else was spray and pray.
I'd prefer they don't fuck with that. I would prefer they don't fuck with it.
They're gonna.
We did have a
fuck
super
with
chat.
everything.
Not about this at all.
Yeah, but we're still talking about this.
Are we? John was moving on.
Lewis with the super chat. Helldivers makes sense. Hopefully for Marvel Tokon. You think licensed games like Spider-Man will ever come? Due to how much they have to pay in fees?
No. More of a chance, but no.
Yeah. Well, the only reason Spider-Man could potentially be an exception to the single-player tentpole rule is Disney. That's the only reason, maybe.
The moment
Spider-Man
Disney ever says you're going to make more money over there, go do it.
Yes,
it will be.
Yes.
It would be done.
It would be like an MLB situation. Disney might turn around and go, "Well, listen, we made them put fucking indie on PlayStation. Spider-Man's it's done its 40 million. Get it on Xbox because we want another 10 million there, please." Maybe that's like, and that would be an exception to the rule because Disney's forcing their hand. God of War, no. Last of Us, no. Uncharted, no. Those ones.
Death Stranding, Kojima
that,
wants it places eventually.
Well, he owns it. He owns Death Stranding, so that's different. There is generally caveats with the PlayStation stuff, and Spider-Man. The only reason that's the caveat is because of Disney is the only one. And again, that's not us saying, oh, yeah, Spider-Man might happen now. No. We're just saying that
it would have a different reason where it could be a possibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wolverine,
the license stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
John's
Machine
playing
XP.
him. That's why he's got that hair.
Oh, you reckon only 5 million on Xbox Machine XP instead of 10? Well, I don't know. I reckon.
Well, if it was
Spider-Man
Xbox
could
One
sell big numbers on
and
Xbox.
Series. Because, I mean, it was a PS4 game, but they probably wouldn't do Xbox One.
Yeah, that's true. Nah, I reckon even on the Series consoles, Spider-Man would do massive numbers.
Yeah, I mean, millions would be
reckon.
massive, but because it's old. Like, still.
Yeah, I know, but it's still Spider-Man.
I know, but also, like, I know people keep saying the PS5 has been the most successful generation for them. It's like, the PS5 has done fine. Compared to PS4 time over time, it's behind quite a bit. But the PS4 was not getting anything compared to what the PS5 was in PS3 support. Like, the PS4 has kept making money. Thus, this generation has looked great, and sales on things look amazing.
Thanks to Fortnite and Call of Duty.
Yep. And Minecraft and they finally got Roblox.
And Roblox.
Yeah,
they put
things,
Roblox on PS4. Yeah.
Yep, those things really matter and I think obfuscate the actual this generation and the numbers people can expect type of stuff.
So are we going to discuss the rumors about Halo Studios? And apparently one of the projects might be in trouble. We don't know which project.
A single-sourced guy. It's like, you take it for what it's worth. One source reporting is not something people should do, generally. In my opinion.
But the problem... The problem is that because of 343's troubles over so many years, it's easy to believe a rumor like that, thanks to 343.
It is not 343. They were all fired and rechanged the name. So for now,
Correct.
I'm like, yeah,
Correct.
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Correct. Yep. And the issue is, and I get it.
One source. I don't care if they work there. It's one source. One source reporting is not reporting.
I totally get that, Risket. And this is the thing with video game discussion, and this is why video games are such a... Again, in every aspect you can think of, video games are a unique industry, especially in entertainment. Think about it, right? Let's take video games out of it for a second. Just your normal workplace. Your normal, everyday workplace. And hypothetically, you have a dude that maybe people don't like, and they're trying to manage him out of the organization.
His name's Nick.
Yep. And you successfully underperformance manage this guy and you get rid of him. And then someone interviews him. What's that company like to work at? What do you reckon he's going to say?
Yeah.
It's fucking shit. Everything's shit. It's the worst. And I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm just saying when you're getting one person's perspective, you don't know who that one person is. You don't know what that one person's history is. You don't know. But if you start getting 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people saying it, different ballgame.
Then there's a story. Yeah, completely.
But if you're getting one dude who could have been anything, he could have been another performer, he could have been the janitor, he could have been
Artie, the janitor.
That's why I'm saying that. That's the reason people are saying it's one dude. If we start hearing it from heaps more, yeah.
With single source, you only take it so far. You're like, ooh, interesting. Curious if we ever get any more confirmation on that. As is, it doesn't mean that much.
Yeah. But I find in the video game space, we hear from one person that used to work at a studio that, oh man, everything at this studio is shit. And everyone's like, oh my God, got to believe this person because they work there. To try and just take that perspective of, well, think about it. If it was just a normal workplace, would you still believe this person the exact same way if it was just a regular?
I'm sorry, Nick. I need to very quickly read this AI because only I can do this one. This AI super chat. AI is future. Stop resisting.
The singularity is coming.
I am Amish AI.
Now, there's a couple of news stories to wrap things up before we head towards the tail end of the show.
Why don't we talk about Halo 7? Let's turn this into You Had Me at Halo.
John's tired.
They'd get sad. They'd get sad if we took their one thing they can talk about. Yeah, I thought you'd like this one, Nick. Like David Dastmalchian is M. Bison in the Street Fighter movie.
I don't mind that guy as an actor.
Oh no, he's a really good actor. It's really weird. Yes,
but that's weird casting. Like this
film
whole
is
movie,
weird casting.
This whole movie. Oh, by the way, no, wait. This whole movie's casting outside of Chun-Li. This entire movie's casting is just fucking beyond bizarre. Like you had one chance to get this right. After at least the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie has that camp. It's got that really campy, so bad it's good. Oh my God, look at all these famous people playing Street Fighter thing going for it. This movie doesn't even have that. Like, I don't understand what they're doing with this film and its casting. I don't get it.
Like your Roman Reigns Blanca?
No.
And they're going for Cody Rhodes as Guile?
That one I actually don't mind.
I know, he really looks like
that
him.
one I actually don't mind.
He actually looks exactly like him.
That one I actually don't mind. And again, the Chun-Li one I don't mind either.
How about Ryu? I haven't heard anyone talk about the guy they got for Ryu.
Yeah, I don't.
He was an MMA guy, which makes sense for the character, I guess. But
yeah, I know.
David Dastmalchian's about 6 feet tall. He's pretty skinny. M. Bison's entire thing is just being this gigantic, crazy-looking Chad.
You know why they chose him, don't you? Because of Raul Julia.
Oh, yeah.
They chose him because of Raul Julia, not because of Bison, the actual video game character. And that's what annoys me. Like, they're basing this casting off the first movie rather than the game.
Oh, yeah. Roman Reigns is Akuma. And
Akuma, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
Jason Momoa is Blanca. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's just... God, I would make a very different Street Fighter movie. I am confident that I would make a very good Street Fighter movie if I was doing it. Very, very confident.
Why? You've never made a movie.
So? It doesn't mean I can't have good ideas on what would make a good Street Fighter movie. Street Fighter's been a part of my life almost my entire life, since I was like 11, 12 years old. I reckon I'd be in a position to make a decent Street Fighter movie.
Nope.
Because it's something I've thought about since I was 12 years old. So I reckon I would make a good Street Fighter movie. Or at least be a decent advisor on one.
There, I'll go with that. You would have good ideas that hopefully other people could see through. That know how to make movies.
Could execute on.
Yeah.
Yes. Could, and that's, I think, what I meant when I said that.
Okay, yes.
You
see you with your freaking pith hat just walking around.
I wouldn't be able to direct people or anything like that. Yeah, I'd be horrible at that part of it. But in terms of the ideas, I think I would make a very good Street Fighter movie.
Okay. We got a couple of super chats.
Yeah. Risker for the Biscuit. Being an Xbox fan is like being an Eagles fan. They've got players with talent and you can almost taste the win, but they just keep effing up all the time. I don't know if the Eagles are the right comparison, mate. Actually, fuck no. The Eagles are a really good comparison because the West Coast Eagles are like, yeah, they are a lot like Microsoft. They're very rich. Like the West Coast Eagles are up there, arguably richer than Collingwood. It's just something that they don't want to acknowledge because our competition is very Victorian focused. So when there's an interstate team that has some kind of superiority, they don't want to acknowledge it. So the West Coast Eagles are a very rich football club because they have like one massive state. Western Australia is the biggest state in Australia, and they have that entire state effectively to themselves because Freo came so far after the fact. And they have so many members, they had to put a cap on them. They've had to cap how many members the West Coast Eagles are allowed to have. So they're very rich. They're very rich and all that sort of stuff. But yes, they're also shit at the moment. So kind of like Microsoft. Very rich and very shit. Yeah. Next super chat. Haber. That's how I'm choosing to pronounce it. Haber Ultra. Here's some dollars to ask Xbox folks at Gamescom for Mega Man Battle Network Collection, Grand Blue, Nihon Falcom Games, Wise and Trails, and Stellar Blade. There you go, guys. Ask them when you go.
God fucking damn it, John. You're muted.
Muted again.
On the Gamescom front, I would say the good news is we are going. We've managed to find some accommodation that's fairly reasonable. We're just still trying to crowdfund together to get some travel costs. We are holding next Friday, the 11th of July. The 11th? That feels... Yeah, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
11th of July. We are holding a summer subathon.
Oh, man, I'm on holidays for the subathon. Like, if I wasn't in Queensland, I would have been able to jump in.
We've got to do it because we need to raise some funds to get flights.
I've got a lot of good games to give away, too.
We've got games to give away planned. And I'm even going to... I've got Peak. I gifted Jesse a copy of Peak. So we're going to try and climb some mountains together.
And get peaky.
I'm also thinking about purchasing a couple of copies of Phasmophobia to play.
Do you want to get it on PC and we do horror. The VR and kill it?
Yeah, and I'll shit my pants live. That's fine.
If you want, I can tease some of the things I might have. I might have put my own copy of Gears of War Reloaded in there because I'm obviously going to get a review copy. So I was like, hey, I can give that away. I asked very nicely. I might have gotten Onimusha 2 Warlords. There might be some FBC Firebreak Deluxe editions. Maybe some Rematch Elite editions. You know, just keep even a copy of the complete edition of a little Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, some good giveaways.
Some good stuff in there.
Can I have any of those codes?
No, I already gave you like 5 rematch codes. You don't need any more.
I even gave one to my son who can't play it.
Oh dear.
I got to find a way to get him online now so you can play it.
So so bear that in mind. But like honestly, the one thing I would really love to do, you know, I would love to have an off the record conversation with executives at Xbox and just be like, what the fuck? You know, and have them be able to actually candidly answer without it going like on the record. Like just for my own piece, I just want to know, like, what are they as angry about this? You know, where does the buck stop? All of that jazz. I would love to be able to dive into it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would take doing a proper interview on the record, and I would push a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see what we can organise for Gamescom. Looking forward to it.
That little road to Gamescom thing you see in the bottom right. I'm gonna come up with some fun incentives. Obviously, there will be no cost of entry for getting codes. Can't do that. But they will be unlocked as giveaways for everyone on our Discord if we hit certain targets, and then you can enter and try to win. So you don't have to give a penny, but other people do. That makes sense.
Correct. But you can help. You can help unlock those games.
You can help us, and then somebody's going to get a game.
Yeah. Anyway, last piece of news before we hit the tail end of the show. I mean, I don't really care about it.
We can be done.
No.
Neil Druckmann stepping away from Last of Us, along with a whole bunch of other people, really feels like that show's dying.
No one cares about that show anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it is now time for What Year My Dear?
That's right. It's time for What Year, My Dear, a weekly game show where Nick and I do battle on behalf of one of our patrons each to win them some game codes from Jesse's big collection of game codes, because we're good like that. Obviously, to get this benefit, you need to be a member of the XboxEra Patreon, which you can become by heading over to patreon.com/XboxEra. Nick, who are we playing for this week?
I am playing for David Brownfield, and you are playing for Kenneth Henshaw.
Two very normal sounding people with very normal names. I like it.
Yeah, super normal.
There's no like numbers in there or.
I normally just
Little
say their
X's,
first name
little
and
X's
last
before
initial.
and after. I don't know. They give their real names in the
Yeah.
Patreon, so.
But that's not public info.
Apologies, guys.
There could be like multiple David B's
Mm-hmm.
and Kenneth H's. There's two Kevin S's. We know that.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, Jesse.
Sorry, I got you doxed, guys.
What's the theme this week?
The theme this week in honor of Perfect Dark is first-person shooters.
Well, at least we know that's about 1992 onwards. So don't be stupid, John, and be like 1987 with any of the years, because
I'll try my best,
first-person
'cause
shooters
you
did
never
It's been a
know.
not
long
exist
show.
back then.
He's pretty dumb on long shows.
That's true. I get dumber as the shows go on.
Gentlemen, got my announcer
Just
voice
like-
going.
What year did Halo come out? And then John's like, hold on.
99?
Xbox was like 1993.
Why is this twat giving me the wrong
Leave
date?
me alone, all right? Leave me alone, you bunch of bullies.
Gentlemen, what year? This is a little too much. What year did GoldenEye 007 release on the Nintendo 64?
I think I know that. I'm probably a year.
Give me your
too
years
late.
in 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 2,
Oh
1.
shit! Oh, I think I'm a year two.
No, I think you're right. John's right. John's right.
For John! Somehow Nick got it wrong.
John's right.
Wow.
Yeah. Right as I wrote 1996, I realized I fucked up.
It happens. It happens to even the best of us.
Yeah. As soon as I wrote 96, I realized I fucked up.
I'm both doing a voice and have the voice thing on. It sounds kind of weird to me. Gentlemen, what year did Overwatch come out?
Oh, fuck off.
Sorry, one of the biggest games of last gen.
I think I've got this. I actually think I've got this one right.
I don't. I'm probably way too
Gentlemen,
early
give me
here.
your years
Nah, you
in
guessed it
5,
right. Shut the
4,
fuck up. You
3,
guessed it
2,
right.
1.
I'm way too early. Look at how early I am.
For Sheeshball Nick, it was
There you go.
2016.
I love that I got GoldenEye wrong and got the game I don't give a fuck about right.
All right, gentlemen.
2010?
Please,
I don't know.
The 360 was still the console in 2010.
it was still Project Titan in 2010. Gentlemen, what
God.
year did Medal of Honor Allied Assault release?
Oh my
For
god.
the
Which one
PC,
is that
Mac,
one?
and Xbox.
Oh my god.
It's the main one I remembered, so that's why I grabbed it.
I don't. It has to be. John's gonna say the 90s. Ready?
Gentlemen, give me your
Yeah.
years in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, we both said it.
I bet it's 04.
2002.
Oh, wow.
Also 2. I didn't think it was a launch year game. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Well then, gentlemen, what year did one of my favorite games, Deus Ex Human Revolution, release?
Oh, shit.
For the PC, Xbox 360, and PlayStation 3.
Oh, shit. That's a tough one.
This is gonna be my new announcer voice.
Closest without going over.
Was this a cross? This was all. I thought this was like one of those games that came out like the year Xbox One came out.
Gentlemen,
like
give me your
2013,
year
2012?
in 5,
Yeah, it's near there.
4, 3,
I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe.
1. 2011 it is.
Oh.
Wow.
I was like, I knew this was somewhere close to borderline cross-gen. I'm like, oh.
We're
like
getting
Splinter Cell
now
was.
into one of the greatest games ever made, a game whose remaster
Half-Life.
I just reviewed. When did System
I thought you were gonna say
Shock
Half-Life.
2 release for PC? One of the...
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Wait,
I can't remember if this was late 90s or early 2000s. I can't remember if this was late 90s or early 2000s.
Give me your year in 3, 2,
Hold
1.
on. Fuck. I don't know.
Neither of you were completely correct. It was, in fact, actually 1999. 99.
Well, then,
That's why I
99.
said I don't know if this is 90s
well,
or
then this
2000.
version being called the 25th anniversary edition is a bullshit lie.
I know. I think it came late.
I couldn't
Gentlemen,
remember which it was.
What
So I played
year
it safe and went 2000.
did Return to Castle Wolfenstein release for PC, PlayStation 2, and Xbox?
Oh, shit.
Oh. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Oh, God, I don't know.
I nearly installed that game today. I wish I'd looked at the...
I don't know.
Give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The year was 2001.
What the fuck?
Hold on. Say the platforms again.
PC, Xbox 360. Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. PC, PlayStation 2, Xbox.
Xbox wasn't out in 2001, mate.
It was.
Didn't
It didn't
the
release over
Xbox-
here until 02, but...
Oh, we got it in 02. I'm like, hold on, Xbox
yeah.
wasn't even out in 01.
For the platforms, I will be more discerning because this was AI assisted. Because I tried to search normal and it kept fucking popping up with the AI
Right.
prompt. Drive me crazy.
I'm looking.
I
I'm
thought
looking.
the Xbox itself came out in 02.
No, it was Endo 1.
It
Return
was
to
01.
Castle
Oh, yeah, it was
Wolfenstein.
01. It was 01.
Return to Castle Wolfenstein available to play on Game Pass 18th of August 2022, according to the Xbox app.
2022.
Well, yeah, because that's when they added it.
Oh, of course, yeah, released here.
You fool.
That's stupid. Yeah, when was the original release date?
2001.
Okay.
You're
It
saying
was,
2002. You're saying 2001.
It was released on Microsoft Windows in November 2001, Xbox 2003, PlayStation 2 2003. So
See, that's why I got confused with 04.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah. But also you can just blame
Okay.
Chat Bing Copilot whenever I try and do a search with Bing just throws in everything and annoys
That's
the
why
shit
when
out
you
of me.
said 01, I'm like, 01 on Xbox Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I'm like, I don't think it was that early on Xbox.
Yeah, so generally it's just
03 makes sense.
based on how it does these things, what is the original release date anywhere?
Yeah, fair.
Okay. Well, there you go. See, I said 04, and that makes more sense.
Yeah. But John would get 3 points if we went with him. You don't want that. Gentlemen,
No, let's go with me.
what year
3
did
point. What?
Wolfenstein, The New Order release? That was an Xbox One generation video game.
Shit.
But it did come out on the 360, PS3, and PC as well.
Oh, yeah, it did too, didn't it?
You know, 'twas
So maybe I need to go-
cross-generational.
Yeah, do I need to go 2 years earlier than I did?
You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, shit.
Jumping into the lead, 1, Sika Mikaniko, with 2014. Gentlemen, this is going to be a lightning round real quick. You got 5 seconds from the time I say it to go. Because it is, what year did Halo Infinite come out? Give me your year. In 5, 4,
Oh my God.
3, 2, 1.
Why do I not know?
Correct. Lightning rounds for the most easiest ones of all time. Gentlemen, with John in a 3-point lead at 12-9, what year did the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 release? 360, PS3, PC.
Got it.
Give me a year in 3, 2, 1. Again, an easy one.
2009 for audio listeners.
I was about to say, but you got in there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gentlemen, widely considered the bestest ever, though I think it has very incredibly high peaks and very incredibly boring lows.
Half-Life 2.
Half-Life 2. What year, my dear? Give me your answers in 6, 9,
Oh
3,
my god. I don't know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, fuck off, John. You...
Fuck, bro.
You are both so far off, I don't want to give you a point.
2001, isn't it?
No. Half-Life 2?
When is it?
97?
2004.
97?
Oh my god, he's
Half-Life
right.
2.
It was Halo 2
Halo
era.
2. For Half-Life 2.
Half-Life 2.
Half-Life 2.
2004. He is right.
2004,
He
yes.
is absolutely right.
Oh, I'm thinking of Half-Life 1. Fucking hell. And even that would be wrong for Half-Life 1, wouldn't it?
It'd be close. No, you'd be way too late, I think.
Nah, because you know what I had in my head? I've got Half-Life 2 on OG Xbox. And I'm like, but that was a late port. So I was like, okay, go back a few years.
Yeah.
Fuck that up.
Gentlemen, what year
That
did
was my line of thinking.
Wolfenstein 3D release on PC?
Oh, shit.
Not actually a 3D game.
I know. I'm going to either be spot on here or I'm going to be a year too late.
Give me your
You
years.
said first-person shooters didn't exist until 1992.
3, 2, 1.
I'm either spot on or a year too late.
We are now tied. It was 1992.
Oh
There you
my
go.
god.
I should have listened
thought,
to you, Nick.
I thought 91 is either correct or 92. It's either going to be 91 or 92 because
I've got
Doom was
4
93.
more.
So,
Keeping on the Valve train. Gentlemen, what year did Team Fortress 2 release?
I've got no fucking idea. I don't know.
Really?
Fuck.
No, I have no fucking idea. No way on that game.
We want to
Is
feel
that like-
old. Relski was only 1 in 1992.
When
Oh
did
my
Team
God.
Fortress 2 release?
Team Fortress 2.
Give me your years in 5,
I
4,
think it was
3, 2, 1.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Taking the lead back is Sekamekiniko. It was 2007.
I had no idea.
That's
I
always
took
one of
a
the ones
total
that people
step
mention
back.
as the 2007 games. Well, gentlemen, one of my more played games of all time, even though I've had a love-hate relationship with it, and I've got a fucking expansion to review for it later this month. What year did Destiny 2 release?
oh,
2.
Yeah, Destiny 2, not the first Destiny. Shit.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like,
Shit. I was about to say the first Destiny was 2014.
Gentlemen,
yes.
give me your years in 20, 19,
I don't know.
18, 17,
I
16,
don't know.
15,
I don't
14.
know. I don't know.
13, oh,
I
1.
have no idea. I have no idea.
Pulling further ahead is one John Sickamechanical Clark.
I don't
It
know. I
was
don't know
You
if
boys-
this is
2017.
off by a year.
You'd
I-
have got
I
these
just
next two
guessed
right to
based on-
tie.
Destiny 1 being 2014, so I'm like, okay, 3-4 years later? There you go. I was right. It was 3 or 4 years later.
What year did the Call of Duty Battle Royale Call of Duty Warzone release? You must also remember this
Why
was
are you
not
doing
the,
this?
was not the first Call of Duty Battle Royale. I actually think the first one was in Black Ops 4 under a different name. This was Warzone.
I'm literally like
Yeah.
pulling this.
Yep.
Give me your
And
year.
he'll fucking guess it right. He'll
30.
fucking guess it right.
29,
I read a lot.
99,
So like, I
98,
just like my brain knows. It's
97.
Just, you know.
96, 95,
Okay, we're now.
Oh.
Now. Sorry,
3.
now.
2.
He'll fucking guess
1.
it right.
You fucking guessed it right.
Yeah.
2020.
And I was going to say 2020. I was going to say 2020 as well. I just couldn't remember if it was a COVID game or not.
John has one. So just for fun, we do the last one, which is
Funsies.
the original Left 4 Dead. PC.
Oh. Shit.
I've given you some big games, and you guys are like, oh, blah, 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 blah. I'm a
Yeah, just because
dummy.
they're big. I wasn't a Left 4 Dead guy. I wasn't a Team Fortress guy.
Give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
I've gone over, haven't I? It was 08. It was
You've
08.
gone over. It was 08.
Yeah.
So
2008.
I got a point.
So Nick gets a point, and he lost 24 to 16.
Congratulations to Kenneth Hench H. You win a game code. Just reach out to us on the Discord, discord.gg/XboxEra, and ping Jesse, and all will be sorted for you, my good man. All right, to round things up, we need to stop for a moment and take stock and really think about the people that we love in our lives, the people that we care about more than anybody else. And you know who isn't on that list for me? This group. No, I'm kidding. Big thank you to all of our patrons for all of the support for Xbox Era, keeping us alive all this time, and hopefully for much time to come. If you want to be one of those beloved people for us that get all the special treatment that all the normies don't get, consider supporting us directly on Patreon, patreon.com/XboxEra. Less than a cup of coffee a month. You get cool stuff, extra content. Can we do the movie podcast soon, please? I've got so many movies I want to talk about.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, not really, because he's going on vacation.
Yeah,
I've
we'll
been
have to
saying
do
it for weeks, let's do it. But now I've got the 2 movies I want to talk about. We'll do Final Destination and Death of a Unicorn.
Why do you get to pick them? What the
And
fuck
we'll
is
talk
this?
about and we'll talk about
Sick
90 other
Nicks movies.
We'll talk
mate,
about
yeah?
50 other things during it, anyways.
All right.
Death of a Unicorn is so good. It's so good.
So yeah, go support us if you can, or consider donating to our
Thunderbolts.
travel fund.
Do we do Thunderbolts?
Thunderbolts is great.
Mate, we can just do all of them, mate.
Yeah.
Just do all the
We can
movies
do
for
a
the last
bunch.
3 months.
Yeah,
that
we have a
watched.
long ass show. Who cares? We're adults.
And a quick shout out to Spartan661, who's been a member for 2 months. Did anyone watch the Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath last tour concert today? No, but I heard Tool are there, and they're my favourite band, so I probably want to check it out and see what they played for 20 minutes.
You don't like Black Sabbath? I love Black Sabbath.
I could give less of a fuck. Like, I respect
Really?
Ozzy, I guess, but yeah, I don't really care much for the tunes.
Black Sabbath.
Yeah, Black Sabbath, mate.
Kiss?
Oh,
yeah.
God, no.
AC/DC?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. AC/DC.
I like the earlier a little
But I
better,
got some
but yeah.
banging tunes.
Def Leppard?
Anyways, it's time for community questions, because that's one of the privileges of being a Patreon member. You get to ask us random community questions like, why does Nick like George Michael so much? Don't get him started. He'll talk about it for 30 minutes.
Ooh, we got a spicy hot take from Matt Piscatella. Being on sub-services helps some titles, doesn't help others. Some devs love the options, some don't. There are no clear, definitive one-take-fits-all answers on this or any other business model or price point,
No,
really
that's right.
exhausting discourse. He is always very good.
That's correct.
How
It
dare
would
he be
work well
sensible.
for some. It would work fantastically for some and not the best for others.
It's like free-to-play. Free-to-play
Guess
can be
what?
amazing for some, not work
Hey.
for others.
Hey, guess what, idiots? The traditional model's great for some and not for others too.
Shit!
Stop talking sense. Just like Relski in the chat, who says, after being a member for 5 months, great show, fellas. Always a good time.
That feels
you.
very final, like he thinks the show's over.
Yeah.
We're still going through community questions.
This
Well,
is the
guys.
time where everyone leaves.
Appreciate it.
Like we immediately
guess
drop
what?
40 people.
This
There
is where
were
you find
studio-
out about us as people.
There were studio closures and games that failed long before Game Pass existed. So even the traditional model doesn't fucking
We
work
got,
for
a,
everyone.
we got a celebrity in the chat, Mr. Senor Bean. Saying hi.
Senor Bean.
Hey, Senior Bean.
Browski's not leaving. Noctis is staying.
I like community questions because the people that like actually support us and stick around for this, they're the ones that find out all the silly shit about
I
us
would argue the funniest moments of the show
are happening
happen
during community questions.
questions.
Do you guys want?
Yeah.
Do you guys want a really funny anecdote to kick things off?
Sure.
Like this is a very adult anecdote. So if you're a
Oh
kid
no,
listening,
I'll have to leave. My dad.
if you're a kid listening, like Jesse's weird prepubescent voice
I
there,
hate that word.
prepubescent.
Fucking hate that
I'm
word.
not
No, daddy.
post-pubescent.
I fucking hate that word. I just
Hey,
hate
daddy. Yeah.
I
So
fucking hate that word. I
it's
don't
kind of
let
like
my
Why do you
kids use
hate
that
me,
word.
Daddy? No.
the worst
I
is
hate
my
that fucking word.
daughter watches a lot of YouTube Kids, and every now and then she's like, "Daddy,"
in an American voice. I'm like,
fucking hate
fuck
it.
it.
Fucking
Spit.
hate it.
I love
But yeah, this
you,
will make
Daddy.
you laugh. And anyone in the
Woo,
chat that's
woo.
got kids, this will make you crack up. So my missus will fucking kill me for telling this story. So I'm going to tell it anyway because it's funny. So I haven't been able to see my lovely partner, Cat, for like 6 days. So it's been ages.
6
since we've
days.
seen each other. So she turned up yesterday. We chilled out. We finished The Bear season 4. I thought it was good. Much better than season 3.
It second half picks up a lot.
I loved spending time. It was a lot more healing this season than stress, I feel. Like a lot more healing going on. So it was good vibes.
Still
Anyway, I
stressful.
digress.
There was a countdown clock the whole time.
Yeah,
it was
I know,
still
I know.
stressful.
But put the kids to bed. And my stepson was here. And he was in his spare room. And all the kids were in bed. Or they should have been. So, haven't seen each other for a while. Things happen, and then she checks her phone, and her stepson, or my stepson, her son, Mum, this is disgusting. He could hear what was going on.
Stop
I said I
wrestling
didn't
up
want an
there.
anecdote. I said I didn't want an
You
anecdote.
got an anecdote, mate.
Why
My
are
gut
you,
instinct-
Why are you arguing
My
up
bad,
there?
My gut instinct was 100% correct on not
You
wanting
didn't want
an
it.
anecdote.
You didn't want to know it. He was not amused. But there you go.
Just think of John's flabby ass, Nick. Just think
Yeah.
about it.
Actually, it's
All that
quite
hair.
surprisingly toned.
Hmm.
He is quite hairy, though.
Yeah. Think of your
Anyways,
face all the way up in there, Nick.
What are we doing? Four more forums first. What do you fancy, Nick?
Form is open.
Form.
Monkeys versus
Okay.
Tramps.
Yep, monkeys versus tramps in the form. Hi guys. Sad to hear about the Xbox layoffs. If you had to put all of the Xbox leadership team in either a hard target or battle royale situation, which would you choose? P.S. Battle royale, as in the Japanese film /book/manga.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Hard Target, JCVD's probably
Jean-Claude
best
Van
movie.
Damme?
Yeah.
It's so
it
good,
is
where he punches
essentially
the snake.
Yeah, it's the most dangerous game. Like it's hunting humans
Yeah.
for sport. So do you want to hunt them for
And-
sport, or do you want them to all
Or
hunt
have
each
them
other?
kill each other.
Yeah, I
I
don't want either. I'm a nice
would
man.
go hard target. I would go hard
Yeah,
target.
hard target for sure.
Yeah.
Who would we put in?
This is where you start getting lawyer calls once you start going this deep into it.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
all of them. Everyone.
Okay.
All of them.
I like Monkey versus Tramps. Newish to the Patreon, but he's so far his track record for funny questions is high.
How
Wasn't
good
he
is Hard
responsible?
Target, though?
It's a great movie.
It's-
Wasn't he responsible?
there's
for,
nothing good.
The human centipede question.
Yes.
Okay, just check it. We know who
That
he
is the one with Wilford Brimley and playing a Cajun man. So there's the two things. There's Creole and Cajun. I think he's Cajun. Creole is people of color from that area.
I love,
And he's
I
doing
love
the big
how Van
old,
Damme just-
doing the big old accent. He's got the bow and arrow,
Van
and he
Damme
blows his own
has
house
a
up.
snake in his hand, and he just goes and just knocks the
But
snake
he
out.
knocks it out, rips its rattle off, so then he can set it up, and it kills the guy because the guy can't hear the rattle anymore.
Yeah. So funny. It's so funny.
It's a really bad movie that knows it's like that goes for being that way. Like it's just super brutal and dumb.
So
but
good.
Lance Henriksen absolutely kills it.
It's so good. Next question. Omen. Hope you're all doing all right given the state of the industry and world. My question is this. Given the cancellation of the ZeniMax Online game, do you think a Microsoft-owned game studio will ever make a new MMO?
They still own Blizzard. There's a chance.
I mean, eventually one day, maybe.
Yeah.
Will it be successful? That's another discussion.
MMOs feel like some of the genres where it's kind of like they're settled, unless you have just an enormous IP that makes all the sense in the world, like Dune.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Next question. This appears to be a new patron. Duo. First time doing... Oh, there you go. First time doing this Patreon question thing. It was a difficult thing this week with being an Xbox user. John even was in a bit of a dip on the super secret Patreon Discord and asked us some heartfelt questions. So for users listening and being bummed out, they would like a say in some things. Join the Patreon. Me, when I am stressed, I like to eat unhealthy snacks. That's not a great habit. In my country, we have the strangest types of meats that we fry. The newest one is shaped as a male you-know-what. Anyhow, what is your go-to food for feeling better for a couple of minutes? Sugary, like a bucket of Ben & Jerry's or some donuts? Or savory, like a quick McDonald's? Kind regards, and keep it up.
Thanks, Gio. He's right. Join the Patreon, everyone.
And keep it up like that meat that he's eating.
Yeah. I mean, what's a female
penis-shaped
what?
Taco?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fair. Good answer. Go-to bad food is definitely like ice cream for me. Like, I love ice cream. But I haven't had any in ages. Nick, I've lost half a stone in 5 days.
What's a stone?
It's what we measure weight in. Stones.
I know,
and pounds.
but what is a stone? Convert it to real measurement. Kilograms.
Okay.
Fucking England. You're on the metric
14
system.
pounds.
Why are you fucking using imperial?
14 pounds is 1 stone, so he's lost 7 pounds.
That doesn't make it any better. So it's
7
about
pounds.
7 kilos.
I've lost-
about 7 kilos, roughly.
No, I haven't lost a stone. I've lost half a stone, so it's like
3
3.5
kilos. Yeah, 3.5
in
kilos.
5 days, though.
3.15 kilos.
So, some of that will be water weight and poop weight and stuff like that. Because I've had my weight fluctuate by 2 or 3 kilos in a day.
Yeah, it does. It
And
does
that's
every day.
water, poop, food, all that sort of thing.
Poop water.
But good. But good.
What about you guys? What's your favourite go-to snacky snack?
Right there.
Crunchy mochi.
They're incredibly good.
I have a lot. Like, I've got a lot of... I mean, I love dark chocolate. I love Tim Tams. Big on barbecue shapes, pizza shapes. And there's this other one called... It's a bit newer, and they're really nice, especially if you don't mind a little bit of spice in your snacks. The brand... Sorry, my screen went white, so you're seeing... The brand is called Bhuja. Bhuja. I don't know if these guys are international or not, but they're called Bhuja. And the snack they make are called Ancient Grain Twists. I feel like if you like spicy, you might really like spicy.
Yeah. These are funny enough. These are the very spicy version of the other one I have. Sweet
I'm
chili
gonna send a
crunchy
link.
mochi.
I'm going to send a link to these to Jesse so he can have a look at them.
You want to have a go, mate?
Here, Jesse.
It's a little relaxing mode now.
I reckon you'd
Ooh, a
like
Discord
these.
message.
These are called Ancient Grain Twists.
I already like the sound of them.
I'm a big fucking fan of these.
Oh.
Big fucking fan of them. There's something about them, and they're one of those snacks where once I start eating them, it's extremely difficult to stop.
Once you pop, you can't stop. You put the
I
can
just-
in your
I could
hand, you
just-
just pop the top.
I could just keep fucking eating them. Like, they're so
You're not
nice,
knowing my
and they're spicy.
location. Get out of
And
here.
I don't like spicy, and yet for some reason I fucking love these things. I can't stop fucking eating them. Yes, Bhuja, Ancient Grain Twists.
There we
Boja.
go. Now we know.
You're probably going to have to start the next one because it's going to take you at least 6 minutes to read it.
Yeah, this is a long rant.
Oh my god, this is from anonymous Patreon supporter. Fear, anger, and hope. 3 words I'm ponder / reflect on this week, specifically on the games industry / journalists / developers, to point fingers when it's all of us that need to change for the better. Starting with Microsoft. All of you above are fucking ghouls and monsters. You want a slap on the wrist, I know that, but when this AI bubble pops and then you start to scramble and trend chase or whatever the next thing is, and you're too little too late. Remind yourself why you thought we don't need these developers. They're just wasting time. Then you'll be reminded we shouldn't have laid you off. We need you for this / shove stuff down into people's throats and your employees that they don't want or need. Hell waits for no one, but I for sure think it'll come for you, and not in the nicest way possible.
Damn, he is not holding back.
Or she.
Or she.
Second is on journalists and creators. Admit it. Admit that you want Xbox to die and wither away forever and to never see it again. But don't come crying wolf when you lose your position in the journalist space and the other two start to do the nastiest and worst things the industry doesn't want it to have on. But no. You'll say I'm not console warring, yet your post and rage bait slop articles say elsewise. And humans, with a brain, can tell you are wrong. Adding on this, for those saying I'm done with Xbox and will no longer support them, do it. I
Please
dare
shout.
you.
Please shout for the caps.
And see what happens. See what happens. Those games you want will never be made because you stop giving money to Xbox. You're only making it worse for everyone around, and it will not just be the developers, but the content itself. Just stop it. Stop posting and saying it out loud. You just look like an actual clown. Last thing. Is there hope? There is. But we have to get through this first dark tunnel and push forward. Times are hard, but we'll get through. No question for today. Apologise on this long rant. Have more to say, but this is all that I'll write on. Have a good and safe weekend to all.
I love the rant.
Mm.
It was
You
refreshing.
too, anonymous Patreon supporter. Thanks.
That was great.
I
Getting
hope I
some
did your
feeling.
question. I hope I did your question justice.
I realized it deserved different music halfway through.
Yeah, there's a bit more rage behind it, right?
Yeah. Okay. We didn't talk.
Moving
Did
over
we
to
talk
the
about?
forums.
Did we talk about Laura Fryer's video at all?
No.
No.
I wish we did.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is from Jesse Brother. Happy podcast 270, my sweatshop boys, and the Greek tragedy that is Nick this week, who has hopefully stopped sucking his thumb / being curled up in a ball like a ball of feta cheese after finding out Perfect Dark was not happening and all that awesome footage was a total lie. Well, it wasn't technically a total lie. Technically.
All that awesome footage was seemingly most of what they had.
Yes, it was a vertical slice that was in-game and representative of a game that in no way existed yet. Good news is, I have completed Doom the Dark Ages and I'm looking for what's next. At least before August, when Senua's Saga goes 60 FPS. I'm so open to suggestion that this will be my question for you all. What should I play next? Is he interested in Tony Hawk at all? That's coming, like real soon. Maybe Tony Hawk.
Goddamn. I thought something was scratching in to try and get at the door. It was a friggin' printer just randomly started printing.
Oh, okay.
Fun. He says no. He's not into Tony Hawk's.
He's not into Tony Hawk. Okay.
We won't be into Wu
He's played South
Chang.
of Midnight. He's played South of Midnight. You don't have a Switch 2.
Have you played some older stuff? Have you played like Inside, Trav? Have you played
Yeah, I'm pretty
Inside?
sure we had.
Play Streets of Rage 4. Because that's what I've been playing. And Streets of Rage 4 is amazing. Streets of Rage 4. If you haven't played it, like seriously play it.
There
It's
is a
fucking
Barbie game, yeah.
ridiculous how good Streets of Rage 4 is.
Have you played Little Nightmares 2?
Space Marine 2. We have a lot of access to games from my
Oh, yeah.
library.
Space Marine 2 might be an idea.
Yeah.
I need to go back to that.
I may game
Salty
share with
Beast.
him. He may have
I
a
love
bajillion
Towerborn.
games.
I love Towerborn and Salty Beast.
Mm.
I wish I could play more of it. I'm just busy. We play some on the.
Trying to think of the
Some-
things Travis likes versus the things he can physically do. I think Space Marine's an amazing game that you would probably enjoy the hell out of. If you haven't tried it already. If you did try it, didn't like it, I got it.
Yeah.
Next question.
That's worse. That's more painful than the phlegm. The phlegm.
Hytham G. Though it is a sad, painful day of MS killing its studios and games, but here is a question, is this. Let's say if MS makes the things worse for Xbox, more what scenario on your gents part where your brand channel and out becomes in hyperbolic scenario gaming era, and same for the outlets and channel that have the name Xbox to something different, but your gents scenario of name changing based on MS dark path of messing up Xbox? P.S. Jesse, did you have a good 4th of July holiday like burgers, hot dogs, red, white and blue dessert along with the fireworks you and your family saw yesterday?
We did absolutely nothing for the holiday, though I did make hot dogs just for the hell of it. But we didn't go anywhere.
I forgot it was America's Independence Day.
It's the day we signed the big beautiful bill, baby.
Smart.
So what would we
If
change
we were
our
ever
name
going
I
to
think
name
is what
change, it
Hytham
has
were
nothing.
asking.
If we were to name change, it's more because the only way to exist is to cover news and rumors from every platform. That'd be the main reason.
Like to put it really simply, like I already have the name. Like I have the URL secured. I have the name. I even whipped up a couple of like ideas for the logo for Predrag to have a look at. Who is
Do I know
on
this name?
holiday?
Mhm.
I don't think so. I think you do, but yeah, no, you do. You do know the name. You do know the
Say,
name.
why was this not discussed with me?
But yeah, it's nothing we're rushing into. Although I did have a conversation with someone, let's say Xbox centric, and said that we were thinking about doing this. And I'm like, oh really? I was like, well, you guys are. You guys go multi-platform. Why can't we? So
yeah, I wouldn't expect our games coverage to change much because we're already pretty pushed to the limit. It really would just be to be able to actually cover everything for news, because that is essentially the SEO game is the only way you can exist.
yeah, and plus
I
get
agree with
really
SJ.
irritated.
I agree with SJ. Gotta change Xbox era to Nick era. Fuck
Fuck!
yeah.
How did you guess the name I picked?
Fuck yeah, that should be the name. I always had an
That
idea for a
Could
website
really
name.
easily be said incorrectly and get us canceled.
Nickera.
Nick era.
Nickera.
Yeah, please stop saying it.
I think I used to have an idea for like a website like that for reviews and stuff and call it LTTP Gamers or something like that. Because I was always like slow and I take ages to play
There's
games
loads
and my
of those already
reviews.
exist.
Is there?
Yeah.
I looked it
There's
up at the
there is
time and there was none.
There's a channel called Late to the Party and stuff.
Is there? Oh, well, back when I had the idea,
Yeah,
I looked
there's
it up and there
so
was
many
nothing. So I
nowadays.
was like, oh, cool. This might be an
But-
idea to hold on to.
And yes, Britt,
okay.
if we did change, it would really behoove us to try and be more Americanized in our location.
Yes, to a degree.
Annoyingly.
Yep.
I mean, I won't take any of the financial responsibility, but if
I
we
don't
can get
think.
more,
I don't think
Call
they
it
would.
Murica.
I don't think they would
gamers.
care. I don't
no,
think
they wouldn't. It'd
care
have to be an
even if you
actual new
told them.
place.
Yeah.
Pixel Pushers. Pixelpushers.com.
Peepees.
Pipis. Pipistrello.
Stop it.
Pipi. Okay. Next question.
Look at my little
99
pee-pee. My little tiny pee-pee. My pipistrello. Thank you,
That's what I
ZA
say to-
Brian
that's
79
what I
for
say
the
to my
Prime
wife.
sub.
That's what I say to my wife. Look at my pee-pee.
Here comes the airplane. Open the hangar.
I do, you know, have you ever seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
I have not.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You know that part where he opens his towel to Kristen Bell and goes, "I've got a surprise for you."
Absolute legend. Yeah, a helicopter dick.
Yeah, I do that.
Actually, like, I dislike a lot of that film, but the best thing about that film is all the musical stuff. The vampire musical is so fucking.
Yeah,
good.
Vampire. That's a hilarious movie. Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Come on, that's a classic.
We did have a super chat, by the way.
Absolute classic.
Did we?
Yep. From Machine XP.
Yes, Machine XP. Machine XP with a super chat. AI tells us you're console warring. Chat GPT tells me so. I mean, Copilot. I mean, Satya. I mean, Phil said so. I mean, the janitor at the initiative.
Why are you talking shit about AI?
Next question. 99 Rukin. Hello, boys. I'm back. Quick, what movie did I reference? Independence Day?
Sorry. Can you please? Yeah, can you do it in the style of Independence Day?
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys.
I'm back. That is Independence Day, yeah? He's saying
Yeah, as he flies the jet into the alien thingy.
Quaid just goes.
Very nice thing when that
Hello,
dumbass dies.
boys.
Enjoy.
I'm back.
I still prefer the second one.
Quaid? Randy Quaid, yeah? That's Randy Quaid. Not
Yeah, he
Dennis.
plays a drunk, didn't he, that was abducted by aliens or something.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. I had Macca's yesterday. No, Friday. Friday I had Macca's before the footy.
People are going to get upset and say yesterday was Friday. It's like, no, it's Sunday for him. He lives in Australia.
It's Sunday morning for me. I've been playing First Descendant. Ooh, waiting for Season 3. My question, what games do you think were cancelled by Microsoft? I'm talking about the ones we don't know about, that maybe you guys might know about. I'll be bum out even more if it's Quake Reboot and Wolfenstein 3. I do have a second small question. Don't get me wrong, what Microsoft did is F up, but how come when Sony or anyone else was doing layoffs, they weren't getting as much pushback?
Scale.
It's that thing we always talk about.
And it's Microsoft.
And it's Microsoft.
Scale and because it's Xbox. What?
Look at Jeff Keighley. When Microsoft sacks people, he'll put out like 70,000 tweets. When Sony lays off people, oh, Last of Us is coming to PC. What?
Yeah.
What about their layoffs, bro? Like, you know.
I don't know about any secret projects.
I heard about one that was cancelled, but before this was announced. So I don't know if the two things are related. So I don't know. There was only the one that I've heard cancelled, but that I heard that like a little while back, long before these layoffs. Next question. Direct 3. What a horrible week for Xbox. Now, if you gents had Phil, Sarah, and Matt Booty to question anything you want, what would it be? Honestly, I don't think we will ever see them appearing at showcases or directs going forward, let alone interviews, and that's for the better. We can't even believe their game trailers anymore. They all could be cancelled any time.
They'll be at everything they've used to be because they've done this before and been at everything this year.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think anything will actually technically change. They'll just wait for this to blow over, and then everything will go back to how it was before that.
Yeah.
What would
We
I
might not
ask them
see
if
him
I was allowed to ask
till Gamescom.
anything? Like, okay, you say that we're allowed to ask anything, and that's all good and well, but are we positing a world where they also have to answer the question honestly?
Because you could ask them anything now, they would just not
I can ask
answer.
anything now. Like, if we get Phil on for episode 300, which I'm relatively confident we will, if we can get Phil on for episode 300, we can ruin the relationship and ask anything we fucking want whenever we want. But A, that doesn't mean they'll answer, and B, they might turn around and go, well, guess what? Phil ain't going to be on ever again. So if this community question is framing it so that it's like, oh, okay, the world we're living in, they also have to answer the question honestly, then it becomes a different ballgame. What would you ask, John?
I'd ask how they really feel, like, about the AI push.
What do you actually think about Copilot?
Yeah, like I'd ask questions like that. I'd ask them how they feel. Do they feel they're covered fairly in the industry? You know, like I'd ask, like, do you get frustrated? Like, You release a game, it gets reviewed, like actually reviewed. I don't know. I'd ask them.
Is it true that you can only get hard by firing people?
What would you ask him, guys?
What would you ask, Jesse?
I would ask about Copilot. What do you actually think about Copilot? Do you actually? Because Phil has said before about the generative AI and stuff.
That feels like a waste because we know that
yeah.
deep down they probably don't give a fuck about it.
Just want to hear
So
it.
that feels like a wasted
Wanted
question.
to tank their entire stock. But like any question I could ask, it would, man. Because you want it to be something that's going to be useful to actually learn and not just like feel good or play up to your own. Because most people ask things that play to their own biases and like hoping to hear an answer that makes them feel better.
That's what I'd probably do. I'd probably ask a question that relates to me.
Do you know, the one thing I do find weird is that throughout all of this, you know, all of the news we've got about the initiative is from leaked internal memos. There's not been one forward-facing blog post, public statement. They've let the press effectively share all the info without having to make any kind of statement whatsoever.
These
And that
layoffs are
surprised me
rolling.
that-
Like these layoffs,
okay,
everyone
so they're
won't
not,
know
they're
for.
not fully done yet.
Yeah, no, the layoffs are rolling layoffs. So
Fair.
like a lot of things happen. Like also the people that that are in a union but haven't done their collective bargaining agreement yet are in limbo. Like they don't have a way to fire them yet, or lay them off. Sorry, there's a difference. But yeah, no, it's I'd want to get a good question that would actually get a useful answer, which is, for the love of shit, what do you think the AAA gaming industry can do to try and overcome all the black hole games and free-to-play stuff? Like, what are you going to actually do for that?
I doubt
me
they'd
now.
even know how to answer that.
Byron.
I've thought of a question that I think strikes a fairly decent balance between being selfish, but also something people might want to know. I think I would ask, why is it that you so actively avoid mining hardcore IP and using that in a way that helps market the brand? So why is it we've gone so many years without Banjo-Kazooie? Why is it that you don't give franchises a chance if they're not hugely successful straight away? Why didn't you give Record 2 a chance? Why didn't you push for Rise 2 with Crytek? Like, why is it that you guys don't persist with IP in the way Nintendo and Sony do? Or even third parties like Sega has with Yakuza?
Yeah.
Like, why is it that you guys don't fucking persist just because the numbers don't look amazing straight out of the gate?
Good question.
And I already pretty much know the answer. Oh, because it didn't make a ton of money, it didn't sell a ton. It's like, yeah, okay, the first one didn't. But give it a fucking chance, man.
ROI.
But that's why gaming is different. You can't just treat it purely as a business transaction like that.
Well, that's been the problem, is they're mostly business to business. This is one of their few business to customer things, and they still treat it business to business.
No, I understand that, and that's the problem with Microsoft.
Yeah,
but like the
that's all I'm saying.
industry is littered. The industry is littered with examples of successful persistence.
And I would
Yes,
also
it's
say
also
that
littered.
every platform is just sitting on a lot of IP.
I would also, I've got another one I'd ask as well, actually. Like, why is it $1 trillion Microsoft can't do a good job at localization, whereas your competitors
good
do a
one.
fantastic job regularly? Why is it that your competitors advertise well and do well in multiple regions that aren't the United States? Why is it you guys choose to devalue and de-invest in those areas when you're being beaten? Like, if you're being beaten in an area, you don't withdraw. You push harder, surely. All questions.
Yeah.
All questions.
We'll see. They trust us. Maybe we can put some of those hard questions next time. They said the words, "We trust you." Did they not?
They did.
They did. But in reality, what we are going to ask Phil is, what is your favorite brand of ice cream?
Soft scoop, yeah. Soft questions. Soft scoop.
How much more fun was Indiana Jones to play while everyone was being fired?
You're gonna ask the softest
Oh dear.
ball cradling question you've ever seen in your life.
Phil, why is it you do such a good job as the
How,
CEO?
how have you been losing all this weight while doing such an amazing job?
The momentum of Xbox is like a runaway freight train. How do you do such a good job maintaining that momentum?
Oh man, that's great.
Phil said they're the best they've ever been. Enjoy being fired.
What is your favorite T-shirt? Logo T-shirt that you like to wear?
£20 super chat. Got to get to that right away.
Okay, £20 super chat from Jordan and Dow. I haven't heard from Jordan for a while. I won't be wearing clothes with a hood anymore in protest to anything called hood. But here's some money. Now, if the Microsoft gaming leaders actually had control, which they clearly don't, how different would things be? Yeah, and I agree with you, Jordan. I've been saying for ages, Phil does not run Xbox anymore. I've been saying it for like a year and a half. I don't think Phil actually runs Xbox anymore.
He runs day to day, but
It's Tim and Amy and Satya very much running the show. Yeah, I think things would be different. I don't know if they'd be J. Allard, Peter Moore different.
Yeah.
But they'd be different.
Yeah.
I think.
They would finally actually see through a single vision before changing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hood. Amy Hood. SJ. Amy Hood. CFO. CFO?
I think so.
Amy Hood? CFO?
Sounds right.
Okay. Last question. Good old Colin. I clicked on this earlier. I'm very excited. Lots of news this week, and foremost among them is that the game light gun Kickstarter hits its target within 10 minutes of it going live, complete with a licensed copy of Time Crisis. It promises to bring back memories of the arcade classics into your living room. So my question this week is, did you ever own a light gun for your consoles, and how were you slinging light guns in the arcades? P.S. Wasn't that goal from McStay the banger? They say it was 80 meters. It was about, I reckon in reality, it was about 65 meters, possibly. Like he was probably about 65 out, and then it rolled through, I reckon. I was there. It was very good.
We had we had light guns, I think, with the Dreamcast, but maybe the Saturn. A lot of.
What do you mean? I had the light gun.
I mean, us.
For the
me,
Master
I
System.
owned me.
Oh,
Jesus.
right. Yes.
Yeah, we.
I got it for the Master System. I had the light gun for the Master System.
Virtua Cop and shooting people in the balls, like yeah.
I got the light guns for the Saturn, the Virtua Cop and stuff. I got the light guns for the Dreamcast, PS2,
This is long.
PS3. I still have the PS3 light gun that came bundled with Time Crisis 4. And they were the last consoles to have light guns. So, yeah, the PS3 and the
I wonder how it's reading
360. I don't think I had the 3. I don't think the 360 had official light gun.
The flashing. I'm gonna give someone an aneurysm.
But like I had a look at this Kickstarter and it looks awesome. My issue with this Kickstarter is that you're buying a dedicated. It's got its own little dedicated. What I assume is this effectively an emulation box that's got software on it to make it a thing. Sinden. There's the Sinden light gun. The only light gun that I think would find success is a light gun that is truly plug and play with devices like Emulation Station and Raspberry Pi, whether it's even with Xbox and PlayStation consoles or like that. That is what I want. Like I've got a Sinden light gun, but I don't know if I can be fucked trying to actually get the thing set up with my Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can be bothered. It's too much work.
Yeah, the
Someone
main
needs
issue is
to-
just the way light guns worked doesn't work on modern TVs. So you always need one of these types of.
There's no
like-
glass on the screen.
Yeah, that one's a high resolution camera that uses AI to read where you're pointing. I know.
Oh, it's an AI project. Well,
Yeah.
we don't like those.
Oh, is it?
That's what it said on the
What
Kickstarter.
seems to work? You know what seems to have worked as a modern equivalent? And I guess you could argue it is a light gun thing that I got. The Wii pointer. So
it was horribly
light gun
inaccurate
games-
and laggy, but still, it worked.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
It
wasn't.
was.
It wasn't that bad.
It was shit.
It wasn't.
was
I
for
played
me.
it.
It was shit.
I played it. It was bad.
It was terrible.
Nah.
It was
I
nothing.
played-
Not a patch on a proper light gun.
Oh, look. I bought Ghost Squad for the Wii, and that was an arcade game I had played from Sega before. Ghost Squad? I think it was Ghost Squad.
Ooh.
Ghost Squad, Wii. Oh yeah, it was Ghost Squad. So, yeah, that is a more modern arcade game from Sega.
Nick, you're gonna have to shut up because thank you to Brian Martin. I said the whole name. Who joined the XboxEra Patreon? Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Brian. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Brian. Yeah, I had Ghost Squad on the Wii, which acted like a light gun game. And again, I'm not saying it was like, oh my god, amazing, pixel perfect, but it was more than serviceable for me to be able to get my light gun game fix. And apparently the Sinden light guns and whatever are quite good. There's some sort of trick they use by putting a fake border around the game or something like that. Like there's some sort of thing they use as a trick. But I'd like Nintendo. Like Nintendo has the IR in the Switch 1, which, you know, it took me a while to realize that the Switch 2 Joy-Cons don't have IR in them.
Yep, that's why you can't use your Labo or anything.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. Because there's even Switch 1 games, like 1-2 Switch and whatever, that have little mini games that use the IR. And you obviously can't fucking play those with Switch 2 Joy-Cons. So Switch 1 has some light gun games too, and I think it uses the IR in the Joy-Con to work. But I would like Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft to sort of get together and support light guns again and light gun games. Like, they don't have to make it themselves. You use a company like Sinden to say, okay, guys, your gun, we'll put the firmware or whatever on our consoles so that we can have light gun games again. And it doesn't cost Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo anything to support it. It's all third party stuff. And you're opening up a market for more games to the world. Like, we can have light gun games back again. It costs them next to nothing. And you just let third parties take care of it. Why not? It's more games. More opportunities for developers to find success. Why not do it?
Fair.
Fuckers.
Yeah, you tell them.
Yeah, you tell him
Fucking hell, man.
the Rainbow Hulk.
So the actual question
Rainbow
from
Hulk?
good old Collingwood.
What's the Rainbow Hulk?
You, right now.
Oh, I'm not looking at the stream. Oh, okay. I just noticed why I'm the Rainbow Hulk. I have no idea what you were talking about there. That was it. That was the last question. Thanks, good old Colin.
Well, did we actually answer the question? Did we own a light gun for your consoles, and how were you selling light guns in the arcades? Did we?
Yeah, we talked about it. Like I had them for the Saturn, the Dreamcast, and
I had it
and
for the
we talked about
PS. I want to say what was Die Hard trilogy on? Was it PS1?
PS1.
Yeah, I had that on the light gun. The Die Hard 2 light gun levels were fucking awesome. I loved that shit.
Yeah. When I bought PlayStations later, like I bought the PS1 later, I ended up getting a gun con.
yeah, I had the Move for the PS3, and would
Yeah,
do
so
things
did
with
I.
that. Yeah, it wasn't great,
But
It
there was
was-
also an actual gun. There was a gun con 3 for PS3. Only came bundled with Time Crisis 4, I want to say. And I got that one as well. I still have it downstairs. And that uses the Wii trick. It's got these two sensors with the little LEDs in it, and you hang them on either corner of your TV. So it works exactly like the Wii remote sensor bar. And again, quite accurate. Yes, it's not CRT light reflecting accurate, but it is as close as we're going to get on modern TVs. It's quite good.
Cool.
Yeah, Duck Hunt for NES. I had Duck Hunt with a gun. I had the SNES. I had the SNES and Mega Drive guns, those big fucking bazooka ones. I got those too.
Yeah, I think we had most of those dumb shits. We had the full Tower of Power.
But here's the thing, right? Light gun games ultimately evolved to become first-person shooters.
Yeah.
That's what happened to light gun games. Yeah. I still think they have a little niche they could carve out for themselves.
Yeah, I love a good light gun game.
But they all need to come together to work that shit out. Because the way it's all disparate crap right now, it's not going to work.
All right. That's it.
That's it.
It's the
end of the show.
That's right. Big thank you to everybody for hanging out with us and chatting through what's been, frankly, a really crappy week in this industry. So really appreciate everyone hanging around for what was probably a pretty miserable episode all in all. But nonetheless, you guys make it all worthwhile. Thank you for being an amazing community. If you haven't joined our community yet and you're tuning in, you're listening on Spotify or any of the above, head over to discord.gg/XboxEra or over to XboxEra.com where you can find your way to all of our content, our forum, and even our Patreon, which you can obviously subscribe to support us directly. It's the best way. Patreon.com/XboxEra. We'll be back on Tuesday for more video game industry news with headlines. And
I will not be here next week.
And Nick is on holiday next week. So
you will not see my pretty face next week.
More efficient podcast next Saturday. Until then, though, Nick, Jesse, it's been real. We'll see you next time, everyone.
Ciao
Oh,
for now.
whoa. Ay, ay, ay.
Unknown faces that have disappeared in time. Find me wrapped in glass and slowly soaked in lime. All my friends have pictures made to make you cry. I've seen this and wondered what I've done to calcify. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you, we all got left behind. We let it all slip away. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you, we all got left behind. We let it all slip away. I can't stand to see your thalidomide robot face. I don't even try it. You have to be a liar just to infiltrate me. I'm still drowning.